Hello, everybody. Good morning from Nigeria. So I want to quickly confirm if you can hear me. If you can hear me, just greet me back. Greet me back. hello, David. Hello, Rema. King Lion the Poet. Good morning from here. We already have one of our very special guests in the building. I would just keep calm. Hello, Isaiah. BKB, you're welcome. Awesome. I'm seeing my team members here. Thank you guys so much. Yes, we are live. We are loud and clear. Hello, Joseph. Good morning. You're welcome. This is Outside the Boss Conference. Don't worry, you see my face shortly. What have I not greeted? I want to salute everybody. Tell your friends and family to join in. Tell your enemies also to join. They should be here. They need a shift. NGO girl, I saw her. Good to see you. I'm seeing my village people. All right, so tell us where you are joining in from. Let's know. Tell us your location. Just let's see where we are all connecting from. Egebule, awesome lady, good to see you. There has been one powerful lady working with us on the back end. Ah, Melissa. Good to have you here. All right. We're waiting. I want to see where we are connecting from. See, today we are not wasting time. Hello. I want people to be enjoying the groove. Now, people don't like groove. Sorry, forgive me. Can you hear me now? My mic. Okay, okay, okay. I'm doing a very quick check. We're starting in a few minutes. I want our guests to come live. I want us to have a full blown experience. But confirm if you can hear me. Let me know if our village people are on this. They are on this call already. I know I said invite your village people. Help me check this. Good, good, good. So somebody has confirmed that my village people have not tampered with my mic. So you can hear me loud and clear. That's good. Awesome, awesome. I was almost regretting why I said invite your village people. If I had known, I would not have asked to. So, should I say officially or formally? But I want us to, the energy that we came with, that energy is not going to reduce. My volume is low. My volume cannot be low. My volume cannot be low. Mm, how's my volume doing? Confirm for me, please. How's my volume? Better? Okay. Preferred? We are the village people that are confirming for us. Yeah, now. Wow. I think it's
I
good
think it's
now,
good now,
right?
right? Awesome. Yeah. So we're back. You see that I was almost regretting why I said invite your village people. Joseph, is it your village people? All right. So I was saying that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've turned that off. You will not hear it again. So we are streaming to YouTube, we're streaming to Facebook, and also to LinkedIn. So all our family and friends from across the globe, they can be a part of today's event. Those that will come after, hey, woman with the hand of gold, this Madonna, you're welcome. Awesome, awesome woman. You're welcome. So all our friends from across the globe, they can connect, they can join us, share the link with them, ask them to register, they get the link and they join us here because it's going to be an explosion today. It's going to be an explosion today. Ladies and gentlemen, see, when I say this thing, I want to see your comment, I want to see your ginger, I want to see your excitement. I want to see the energy you came with, right? I want to see it. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Outside the Box Conference 2024. Oh, yeah, drum rolls, drum rolls. I'm watching, I'm watching. I'm looking at the comments. Don't fall my hand. Yes, yes, yes. This is the energy I want to be seeing. Sending the fire emojis, dance if you want to dance, bringing your choir, your drummers, go and rent those you know those people that used to blow trumpets in when it's time for marriage. Is it marriage? Sorry, birthdays. Yeah, you're all welcome. You're all welcome. You're all welcome. You're all welcome. It's going to be an explosive session today. Like I said, you see, we've had a I don't have the adjective for it yet, but the experiences that we've gathered in putting this together is one of a kind. It's one of a kind. We were supposed to have this today live in the city of Warri for Warri people alone. I was telling them a while ago, but then we've carried Warri's event from Warri to the world, so everybody is a part of it. We are going to enjoy this cake together. We are going to enjoy this cake together. The idea for Outside the Box Conference, last year we had a symposium. We made it for just few persons to come into the room, and it was explosive. It was mind blowing. We had amazing conversations, and it was even in December. So we got clarity for the rest of the year that we're entering. It was just a phenomenal experience. I would say, why should we do this? Why should we just ask a few set of persons to come in, and then what happened to the rest persons? It should be for everybody. And so we opened it up for everybody to be here, and I've been blown away by how everybody has been part of this, how we've been sharing this with our family, how we've been sharing this with our friends, sharing this with our network on social media, on our contacts, even our speakers, right? Reaching out to them and telling them that this is what we're doing, how they've accepted to be a part of this event, and how they've been following up with this event. See, our speakers, they are very busy people, but they are here. See, Outside the Box Conference, the whole idea for Outside the Box can be categorized into three, right? So I want you to pick this because beyond the excitement, beyond the beyond the fact that we are having this experience, I can see you, you can see me, we are talking to ourselves. What is most important is that as we gathering here, meeting ourselves, and living here, we should be challenging and overcoming limiting mindsets. We should be challenging and overcoming limiting mindsets. So the level of our mindset when we are coming for this event should not be the same level of mindset we are going back with. If there are barriers to our thinking, if there are barriers to the way we see the world, to our perspective, if we are living in a caged reality, leaving this event today or whatever time you are going to be joining us, or maybe are coming back to the replay and all of those things, you should be living at a higher level. You should be living at a higher frequency, right? You should be able to dare new heights. There are frontiers that have been set, that these are the limits, these are the things that when you think about them, you're like, wow, people did this. You're like, wow, that's the horizon. We want it to be that when we gather like this, that place that looks like a supposed end, you now see that no, that is a milestone in the journey. It's not the end even. You know, when I was speaking as our guests, our facilitator, I told them, I was saying to them that, you see, everybody, we have that tendency to want to do things, right? Everybody know that they will be great. Have you ever asked anybody and say, what do you want to be in future, right? And they say, I want to be a poor person, for example, or I want to be a beggarly element, for instance. Have you ever seen anybody like that? Everybody knows it's a default setting. It's a default setting. There's that programming for greatness. There's that programming for impossibilities, like we'll call it. But then, like I always tell my guys, those of you that are always in my sessions, I always tell us that people are products. We are result of our environment. We are result of our experience. I know that some of us are already reciting this as I'm saying it. We are result of our environment, experiences, the exposure that we have, and our education. Yeah, you see, Favor is laughing. Very important. So, because of all of these factors, some persons get to manifest their greatness, while some persons get to be boxed at a particular level. And that's why the theme for this conference is unlocking growth potentials. I was thinking that my village people will just start clapping. Unlocking growth potentials. So you come for this event, limiting mindset, they are being shattered, you are thinking differently, you are daring impossibilities, and then you become a solution creator. You become a solution creator for yourself and a solution creator for the society. Unlocking growth potentials. Those of you that did physics, those of you that are in the sciences, even if you don't do physics, you did basic science and basic technology, where we were taught about energy and all of that. Then there's mechanical energy, right? And under that, you have the potential and the kinetic energy. Now, what's potential energy? Potential is when something is at rest. That's the energy it has. If, for example, your laptop or your mobile phone that you're using to connect with us right now is stationed in one place, it has potential energy. There's a possibility for movements to happen, right? There's a possibility for changes in position to happen. But and all of those possibilities, they are locked into where that device is. You are seated, for example, maybe you're standing, I don't know. That's potential energy. You can get up and move. There are things that you can do. You have the capacity already already. That's potential energy. But then when you start moving, it changes from potential energy to what? Kinetic energy, is it not? So when we say unlocking growth potential, we are saying unlocking, opening up those things that can convert the strengths you have, the greatness you have, the uniqueness that you have, the skill set that you have, the talent that you have. Name it, and setting yourself in motion. Setting, so this event goes beyond just us. It touches every our personal life. It touches other aspect of our engagement, our businesses, and all of those things. Setting your business in motion, setting your finance in motion, setting your relationship in motion. So I want us, as we're here today, you're connected, pay attention, have your writing material. Look at me, I have my own, right? I have another one. So I'm ready. I'm ready to listen to our speakers and our guests. I'm ready to learn. I came here with an open mind. And I want that to be your position also. I want that to be your position also. Are we good? Are we good? So I don't want to take more time. I want to invite our very first guest. You know, this is my big brother, and putting this event together, getting to it has been a lot. It's been a whole lot. And sometimes I'll just go and meet him and say, Baba, look at this thing. What's happening? Right? It's someone that has grown from the roots, right? Worry bred, if I'm to use that word, and is touching every part of the globe right now. And he's here live with us. He's here ready to share his insights, share from his experience, share from his wealth of wisdom to give us tremendous value. Let it not be like I'm hyping a lot. Anything I want to say now is not going to be enough. You know how they say anything you do also be against you in the law court. Now anything I do or say will not even suffice. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to be seeing the comments rolling as we are going to be inviting Mr. David, right, on stage. He's going to take over in a bit. I want to see us clapping. I want to see us celebrating. I want to see us jaye. I want to see us dancing. Celebrate my big brother as he comes off stage, man.
David Akwara, Global African Storyteller. David Akwara is a global African storyteller who uniquely blends creativity and culture to generate social and economic impact. Akwara's body of work primarily focuses on exploring themes of economic development and culture with a strong dedication to shedding light on underrepresented narratives. Akwara's debut documentary, The Rise, A Journey to Africa's Financial Independence, is a groundbreaking documentary that explores the opportunities in the African single market under the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. The documentary has received multiple awards and recognition for its impact and has been screened in more than 70 plus physical venues around the world. David Akwara frequently serves as a panelist, lending his expertise to discussions on diverse topics, particularly economy, arts and culture, and youth inclusion. He has participated in prominent events such as the 2023 United Nations Economic and Social Council Youth Forum in New York, United Nations Human Rights African Regional Seminar, the inaugural AFCFTA Youth Symposium, 2023 APRM Third Youth Symposium, African Changemakers Leadership Summit, Women Lead Forum in Tanzania and Ghana, and Vision Democracy Summit in Zambia. Furthermore, Akwara was appointed by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce as a judge for the African Digital Innovation Competition in 2022, showcasing his reputation as a respected authority in the field. Outside the Box Conference. Can we receive David Akwara?
Yeah. Can everybody hear me? Sorry. Am I heard? Yeah. Am I heard? Um, please, on the comment section, can anybody, oh, great. So, I think this is my second time of having this premier experience, right? Experience was a little different. There was somebody who was side by side with me online. So hear feedback, so this would be a very experience for me because I can't hear you, but you can hear me. So when I'm making sense and when I'm not, and I hope that I do make sense at the end of. So I want to first thank Jeffrey and the Outside the Box for inviting me for this event. I was just listening to the introduction video and I was smiling. And I got a call that entered the network, so that's why I couldn't join when I was introduced to join. So this is going to be we're going to make it very interactive. So I'm going to share because that's the only thing I have really share my story and hoping to get I can respond to questions and I respond as it pertains to context and to the individual. So thank you. I was told that today I will discuss about Audacity systems and these are how the organizer thought this out. But I think that it's the most interesting thing that I like to talk about. It's a topic that embodies what David Aquara is known for. I'm already having staring eyes because it's a very personal, and then in the subtext of that topic, it's courage and boldness. Again, this is something that my journey has embodied. Last night, whilst I was sitting and preparing for this event, thinking about how to where I am. Yes, God has played a very vital role in that. But also, I was really looking at my childhood. I grew up in Kolo Kolo. Some people were familiar with Warri and Udu would know a place called Kolo Kolo. I've said it in a lot of my interviews. The fact that we're up in, it's not a place where you come to see a new building being built. So what it naturally means for me, I was already caged in my where we were in was close to the end of the street. And the end of the stream swamping area. So what it means is that every time I go, there is hopeness because that's where you see the zinc trees, that's where you see the mud houses, you see the plant houses. And living in these settings are financially priced, so to speak. Right? Children who grew up in these places go to public schools, and the reality of what public school meant for me at the time growing up in that city was public school is for those who cannot make hands, people who cannot feed themselves. So that was what public school meant for a child. who what is calling me? I don't know. I don't know how to switch off this. Okay, I know what to do. Sorry. Let me switch off all calls. Yes. And put my phone on do not disturb. Guys, I'm sorry for this. What's this? Do not disturb. I hope it doesn't affect. Yes. There don't be any call. So as I was saying, as I reflect on where I grew up, so every time I wake up, there is nothing to be hopeful about. And for a child who inwardly I grew up with the tenacity to want to be different, I feel like there can be more to life. That life does not end here. Seeing this reality played very a very vital role in my choices, in my ambition, in the way I'm going to approach everything I'm going to approach. So I don't think that um, I don't think that I'm smart enough. I don't think that I'm the best because I know that where I come from, there's a lot of talent, a lot of potentials, but there has been a very missing link. And I'll revert back to my story. The fact that I grew up in that sort of terrain, it made me want to know if there's anything outside this. Because going backwards are mud houses and zinc houses. Going forward are houses that have been built even more than 20 years before I got into the area. So it shows that this is an ancient environment. People who still know Kolo Kolo, whenever they enter, I mean, Real Warrior Peking was there recently because we all grew up in Kolo Kolo, right? When I saw a video of Kolo Kolo, it has never changed. It's still the same picture that I had when I was a child. So having come out of that sort of environment, it helped me see, so my inquisitivity, my my precision, my focus had already been automatically tinted. So because I have observed and I've seen what is here, it has also helped me have a sense of observation as a child. And now I want to see what is in the world. And that's why I had to be audacious and I had to persevere. I don't know if you can hear me. Let me go to the comments because I want to start. Oh. Can everybody hear me now? Is it better? Please respond in the live chat. That's the only way I know if I did talk. Oh, is it better? Comment section, please help me, please, please. Hey, it is great. Thank you, Dama. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But if there's any other glitches, I'll just take off my headset. Please do comment when there is. So I really want to run quick now that I've established that I grew up in a very unlike environment that encouraged success. So I converted that charcoal into raw audacity. And that audacity is that there can be more from life. That there can be more from life. So I'll take you through a journey, how that transformed into according to your presentation, I'm a global brand now. how that metamorphosed into a global brand that I currently represent. I said that I am living in Kolokolo, but my reality is not Kolokolo. So I have already decided that I'm going to live outside that box, that I am born here and this alone will be my reality. So I decided that I would identify people within my reach, because where I am now, it's a very gradual process. I must say so, and I hope that people who are going to be on this call would leapfrog, that they don't have to go through my 10 years journey or my 5 years journey to get to where they should be in their careers and in their and in their lives. So I decided that in Kolokolo, I would identify people who were better than I am. So I discovered a set of young bros, that's how I call them. They read a lot. Their conversations are beyond Kolokolo, because some of them live in Sediko, some of them have parents who have money. So it was a convention. Is that the word? English. It was an emergence, or the word is in my head, but I can't just use it. But what it means is that it was a combination of a lot of talented people. Some of them in that circle that I joined, their father had worked in Shell. So if you had worked in Shell, it means that you had some certain experiences that somebody like me, who is growing up in that sort of environment, have not had. Right? So I had decided to stay in that circle, and that changed my life forever, because that's where I begin to understand that the inner hunger for next was right, that not being comfortable with where I am was a decision that was in the right direction. So these people introduced me to reading. So I started reading, and there was a philosophy that we had that we don't have to chase women. Women are not the priority. We have to get our goals right. As a matter of fact, for women to like you, you have to have, for the kind of women, in context, for the kind of women that we were looking at, for the kind of women that were looking at to like us, we have to get a certain level of growth. We should have attained a certain level of growth for us to keep up, because I already begin to have an ambition to start making friends with people who live on Airport Road in Warri. So what it means is that if I don't have some level of intelligence, I won't even be able to establish that relationship, not to talk of dating. So I converted all the kiosks and charcoals that were in my life into my tenacity to be great. So I had some very realistic metrics for what my next level would look like. So that's how the journey started. So because I have started identifying people who look like where I was going, it was now easy for me to know when it is not time to leave a particular circle, or leave a particular place, or leave a particular knowledge, because knowledge is progressive. Excellence is progressive. So as young people, we have to identify within us that there is something called the next. There is something called next. And if you do not have that first, if you're not able to identify it first, being audacious, being persistent, being bold, being courageous would not work. And I'll give you a Bible instance, and that would be the life of Joseph. For some of us who are Christians would relate to it. Before Joseph became the number 2 man in Egypt, there were certain processes in his home. He already saw what he was going to become, and he believed it. That I'm going to be a king. I'm going to be great. I'm going to be somebody who's going to help my family. He saw it within. As a matter of fact, the fact that he did not keep it to himself, that he voiced it out to his siblings, made him a threat. So that was how that threat led him to his learning process of how to be compassionate, of how to be idealistic, of how to persevere, of how to be to take chances, take opportunities. Because if you look at the life of Joseph, from being in the prison, taking care of his master's house, being lied on, and went back to the prison, all of his experiences shows perseverance. Somebody who is not persevere, who does not persevere, who is not patient, will take on Potiphar's wife. In our today reality, we have again and again where people tell you that it's smartness to go the wrong path. In where I was growing up, I had people who said to me in my face that I was wasting my time pursuing my dream. I was wasting my time going to school. I was wasting my time doing public speaking. I was wasting my time doing film. And they said that because people who were doing negative things were making a lot of money. They had cars. They had in quote unquote some of the nicest girls. But me, I don't have a dream that one day I'm going to be great. I'm going to achieve that. I'm going to achieve this. So they told it to my face that I'm wasting my time. Because I was audacious and I persevered, I understand the story of Joseph. That, guys, it is not the beginning that is the end. It's the end that is the end. I don't know if that was really correct. But what it means is that the beginning does not define anything. We have heard stories of people who had prophecies over their lives that were going to be great, and they sat at home and they were sleeping and they were parading themselves that I am great. And people who people least expect that there's greatness around them, they became even greater and had to employ those who had the original prophecy of becoming great. So what it means is that every of your dreams that you have, every of these dreams, especially if you are coming from backgrounds where there is no foundation in the sense that you can leapfrog, you are coming into families where there is already an existing structure. You go to school, you take care of daddy's company, you have a dream, there's money set aside for you to achieve the dream. If you don't have that reality, if you're coming from where I'm coming from, that you have to build from the scratch, that you have to build relationship from the ground up, you have to dare, and you have to dare boldly. I think now is a good time to talk about some of the things that I've achieved as a young man. Again, I'll go back to where I'm coming from. In Colo Colo, I don't know anybody who has spoken at the UN General Assembly before. I don't even know who have been invited by the UN. Never. I don't even know anybody who has spoken at African Union Summit or African Union Agency. The reason I know about African Union, it's not even African Union, it's Organization of African Unity, OAU. Because I was a very good government student or social studies student. So we already knew about the OAU. But in the United Nations, I had no idea. Last year, I was invited by the United Nations Development Program. I was nominated by United Nations Development Program for a UN event where I had the opportunity to speak before world leaders, where I had ministers as my co-panelists, where I had the privilege of having the #1 youth citizen in Africa. We call her the youth envoy under the African Union structure, as the moderator of that session. I was seated because I was in Accra at the time. I couldn't make it to New York. I was in Accra. I was seated in my room in Accra, and I was saying, God, this is the boy in Colo Colo that just had a dream that he wants to attain a height. I'm seated in front of world leaders and I'm sharing my story. I said that, and just to put context, those people who were telling me, you have to do what your mates are doing. That's how they say it. They were on my comment section telling me congratulations. That, wow, this is great. Congratulations. So I converted everything, every negative thing that happened in my in my childhood into who I am going to become. That this will be a story that I'm going to share to the world, and that's what I'm sharing. The reason why I'm on this event is because I persevere. It's because I dare. Because I was courageous. And I said something very, very, very keen that I think we should focus on. I identified people who were going in the direction that I was going. So it was easy to be friends with ministers. For Jeffrey knows me personally, so he knows how I hang out with different countries and their ministers. A boy from Kolo Kolo. Do you understand? I have gotten presidential invitations from the president of the Republic of Uganda, where I didn't even need a visa to get into his country. With only the letter that I got from the president, I got to the airport, I was admitted, I got on the flight, I got to the country, I was welcomed with entourage. This is the same boy in Kolo Kolo that grew up in a place where they don't build a new house. So nobody had any reason. I had every legit reason to be wayward. I have every legit reason to do every negative thing that my childhood friends did. I had every reason. So if I'm here standing, there talking to you and telling you that your dream is attainable, you just need to be bold. You just need to be audacious. You just need to know when to leave a space. Greatness is in movement. Greatness does not happen in stagnation. I'll revert to the Bible as I round up my session and wait for questions. I'll go back to a Bible story, the story of Abraham. Before Abraham became the father of the entire nation and saw the entire world, you know what the Bible says? He told Abraham that he has to leave his father's house. I don't even know how many years he was on the journey, but it was quite a long journey. He was on a journey for years. So when it was time for him to see the world, he had been passing through valleys, mountains, he had been passing through seas. So his perception has been broadened. He doesn't have a broken perception. If God had told him when he was in his father's house that all that your eyes have seen, I will give it to you, he would only see his immediate environment, what his father owns, the cattle, his environment. He will not be able to see Nigeria in that context. So you have to know when to move. If you're a Christian like me, I pray to have prompting from the Spirit that David, it's time to leave. One of the biggest projects that I have done till date, The Rise, The Journey to Africa's Financial Independence, the film that has made me a global filmmaker, that has gotten me numbers of awards, was bettered in Udu Road, Unya Natiduan. I still have pictures of when I was in Udu Bridge filming, and I was telling the guy that was working with me in 2021 and 2020, 2021, that's when I started the project. I was telling him that this project will touch the world, reach the world. You know why I could say that? 5-6 years ago, I was able to see that where I am is not where I'm going to end, that I have a future somewhere. So I told that guy that those things from a place of conviction. And guess what? That film has screened in 79 physical venues around the world. I've gotten an award. Now I was told I'm a nominee for an award in Port Harcourt next week. 2 of my films are on the same category. There are 3 films on the category for best documentaries. 2 of the films on that category are my films. So my friend in Benin said, David, it is David Akwara competing against David Akwara. Very few people attain that level of success where they have 2 of their projects competing in a particular category of 3. One has to emerge, and I have 2 films in one category. All of these things were done in worry. That's why I can't stop talking about Kolo Kolo. I can't stop talking about Udu Road. I can't stop talking about Airport Road, because the biggest thing that got me to that UN stage was bettered in Udu Bridge. That's where I did the first shoot, documenting those men and women who work at Summit, talking about what is the economic potential of those woods that they do. That from they call it Gedu, those big woods, you can have great furniture, you can have great chairs, You can even have great floors. It can be used to build roof. I was looking at the value chain that comes out of wood. But I was able to see this still at the level that I saw it because I had decided to be bold with dreams. I took my camera and left Warri in 2021 March. And I left to Accra. I didn't know I was going to come back. I didn't know how I was going to go to the other countries. Guess what? I went to 5 countries on that journey. And that's what bettered the rise. I want to hear my word. I'm looking at. Let me show one of my words. So that dream bettered this. This is one of the most physical things that I can look at and say, this. That's what he bettered. A dream that I had in Udu Road. So some people, when I mean Udu Road, I'm saying for people who are not from Delta, in remote places. So wherever you are, greatness is possible. The limitation is just your mind. So brethren, friends, colleagues, you have to be courageous. You have to know when to leave. I live in Lagos. And I live in Lagos. I live in the place where things happen. I don't want to mention the place. I live in the place where there's a garden. But that's not my reality when I was growing up. I didn't know what a garden was. I didn't even know what a playground looks like in an estate. But that's where I live. But he was a boy that grew up not seeing anything like a building, newly built. So you can change your reality, and you can do that by being audacious. People would take your audacious for being rude. Yes, let them do it. It's their business. The result will change that perception. You have to be persistent. You see this thing that I have? It was a journey of 4 years. How do you make a film in 2021 and you win a best documentary in 2023? That's what they wrote here. So even only making that film took a period. So your dream is what all the sacrifice. I speak to you as a brother, but those that are older than, I speak to you as a big brother. Thank you. I'm done speaking. I hope I make sense. So now I can't hear myself. Thank you, and I look forward to the questions. So I'm done talking, because I saw our host now. So I think it's a good time to stop and hear questions so that I can give response. I said all these things to say that I'm an example of moving from letter A to letter B, and we are going to get to Z. So let me hear your personal questions, and let's begin. I hope that I've made more sense. Yeah. Thank you very much. Hello, guys. Can the organizers hear me? So if there are questions, please let's thank you for your comments. I'm grateful. Thank you. Thank you for the nice words. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I love how engaging this session is. So let's get questions, because I know that I had like 30 minutes. I don't know if I've exhausted it yet. 30 minutes to speak, and then we'll have question and answers. Where's my pen? So colleagues, friends, do we have questions? And please, co-host, please join so that I can hear you. This is acquire this is at the packaging. Respect now. Excuse me. Yes. Is there any question that is very personal? See, I like to say that rooms like this are the best places to be vulnerable. I like vulnerability because I will say when I'm in an international speech, when I forget a particular English, I say, English language, and I'm not crucified. I'm cool. Um, my family are tired of me of how I'm not shy to say that I don't know this. So being vulnerable have helped me a lot. I've spoken in places where ordinarily by my qualification in quote unquote I'm not supposed to be in the room, but I've been in those rooms. And what has helped me is that I'm vulnerable to ask questions that affect me. So when I get answers, I apply it to my life. So rooms like this where we have people, it's important to ask all the questions, and I'll be happy to respond to it. And sometimes the questions that you're going to ask, people don't even know how to ask those questions. So when response comes, it gets multiple layers of answers to different people and where they are with their journeys. So guys, let's bring on questions so that okay, okay. There's a question from Mel Jesus Oko. See this English thing, man. I want to modern name. Oko. How do we break those limitations in our minds? Minds, particularly in our association with prominent people. So this is a very fundamental question that Oko just asked about breaking the mindset. So I like to tell people that you have to take an audit of your life. You have to be a man that does not reflect, a woman that does not reflect, you can never do anything big in this world. Great things are done in deep, great decisions are made in deep reflection. So you take a chair and reflect on where your life is. I'll give one example. So in 2018, my mother was going to turn 50 the next year. So I was with her in the room and I was telling her that, so mommy, if you turn 50, who are the kind of people that I would invite to your 50th birthday? And Joe, I looked at my life. I know people, but they're not friends. They were just people I know from afar. I noticed that I didn't have quality relationships. So that was the day I vowed that, guy, I'm going to have some of the most powerful people. And guess what? This year, when my mother was doing her 55 years birthday, a sitting minister in Liberia called her on video call to wish her a happy birthday. And I was just telling the minister that you just made the dream come true, because I had this dream in 2018 that I would have quality people in my life to wish my mother a happy birthday. And just 5 years, the minister and the guy was telling my mom that you have a son in Liberia. So anytime you come to Liberia, come to government house, you have a son there. Do you understand? So it was because I had to first fight my mind by telling myself that where I am is not where I should be. So there has to be an internal audit. And when you do that internal audit, you begin to know who falls in, who falls out of a relationship and who falls in. And you don't have to be emotional about it. I have some friends that I don't see their WhatsApp story, they don't see my WhatsApp story, but they're my friends. Whenever we see in person, we would gist and there are boundaries. So you have to break those limitations by setting boundaries for what you have to take in. Remember, if you repeat hearing negativity, there's no deliverance or there's no prayer or there's no fasting that will break it. You have to first stop hearing negative and turn on the positive. So you have to decide that do you want to be great? I like greatness, so that decision will just automatically start making you decide who to be friends. You wouldn't even know the level of greatness that you want to be. You want to be a great person that will become part of a group that scream negativity. Do you understand? So you even decide the level of greatness and the kind of people that you want to associate with. So that's what I think is my best response to that. That everybody has to take a personal audit of their life and be very proud. If you're lying to yourself, there's even no hope for you. So tell yourself the truth. You're not here, and then start making decisions. And it's like a very good scenario as I end this. If you decide that you want to get a red car, you love a red car, like you like to buy a red car, you begin to see all the red cars in your street and on the road. That's the same thing for greatness. Yes, greatness take a little longer because it has to test whether you are worth it. But if you stay on it, it's only great people that will come around you. I look at my phone now and I look at people that I have at my contact. Recently, my very good big brother was made the Minister for Trade and Industry in Rwanda. And I'm like, God, is it that me becoming the president of Nigeria or becoming the Minister for Foreign Affairs is possible? So I had a big brother that would walk me through the ropes. A brother and a friend. But you see this testimony, this story I just shared with you, this result I just shared with you, it was based off of a decision that I made that I have to have quality people around me. So people around me get appointments every time. It reminds me that David Aquara from Kulu Kulu, your dream is possible. I don't go to the comment section. How am I making sense? Thanks for sharing. When you began your journey, how loud was your circle? So when I began my journey, my circle was really small, really, really small, really small. But it grew with time. It grew with time, and the circle also evolved. The people I started with, not all of them I'm with at the level I am, because some people fell on the wayside. So I knew when it was time to leave, and the determiner for that was progress. And my definition of progress is everything that is positive. Negativity is not part of, or trying to swindle somebody to, it's not part of. So my circle evolved to a point where now I'm even more careful, because where I am now, it's easy to fall. When you fall to the ground and you can die. Might not be able to recover from it. So that's where really my life is. So it was a very small circle that grew consistently. So you have to know when it's time to move on. I have a friend called Snow Gaga. We moved the mountain together. We went to Ghana together. We went to Abuja for the first time together. We went to what you call this place, Cross River together for the first time. Slept under buses. We even slept in a bus in Ghana at some point. So those were my time where my relationship was evolving and was growing. And when I get into this new space and I attain new level, I know because I know where I'm going. So it's easy for me to just pick and say, I need to be close to this person and start a very intentional, non-exploitive relationship with them. So they see my genuinity, that I'm not here to exploit. I'm just here to learn. I'm here to also contribute what I know that will make them better as well. So I put forward the value that I can bring to the table at every point. Please, 1 minute, let me get water. So back to the question is, how did you manage relationship with those going in a direction, knowing that keeping in touch can be challenging? How did you manage relationship with this? Okay, so I don't know exactly what relationship means, but I would assume that people that I grew up with and were going the direction I was going. Interestingly, in life, once you start making progress and you have progressive friends, everybody started making progress from their part. So from their sides, So every time that we get to talk about the things that we are all doing independently. For some, we even have to do it jointly. So it's always been a very mutual respect because progress attracts progress. If you say that people who did not, who fell at the wayside, I didn't have the muscle to pull them because I was also running and my feet is not doing, my feet is not even strong to pull another person. But what I did consistently was share words, encourage them to get on the journey. But I've known in my 30 years plus of being alive that progressive friends make progress. They all make progress. So we all have a meeting point. Please, how can I handle self-doubt and belief? So I've had self-doubt and belief. Even to date, I still have it sometimes. But I've made sure that the audacious and courageous on both sides of my life is louder. I still have friends that I mentioned like, guy, you sure that this thing is okay? It's still an inch on doubt and self-belief, right? But I made sure that the drum of what I can become is louder than whatever it is that I'm faced with. So to handle self-doubt is to increase the positivity in your circle, in the things that you listen to, in the books that you read. That would eliminate it sharply. If you decide that today you want to surround yourself with very positive things that speaks positive about your abilities and what you can become, self-doubt would go. And then the second thing that takes it off quickly also is doing the work. So what I mean by doing the work is that you have to have something that you are doing. Every time I see this plaque, right, I'm reminded that I'm able to replicate it. Do you understand? So I remember that what I'm doing makes sense. I can create great projects. So achievement can also cure self-doubt. Before you get to an achievement place, you also have to have a mindset of an achiever. That's why I said you have to fill your ears with things that speak great of yourself, of your abilities, and then start doing the work. So for every milestone that you achieve, you become better. When I started speaking like I am doing, talking to you guys, I will be stuttering, I will be grasping for words. The truth was, I didn't have what to say to you. I didn't have experiences to tap into. So doing the work is one of the quickest way of handling self-doubt. Those are the two things I believe. Then how can we conquer limitation, belief? Story like mine is a favorite example of you can be limited and still become great. Yes, it's not going to be all rosy. Yes, it will be painful. Yes, but your dream requires all the sacrifice. All the sacrifice. So hearing the story from somebody who grew up in a room and parlor apartment where I used public toilet for my entire teenage life, you know, and now being here where I'm a bit comfortable. I've achieved great success in my career. My works have traveled around the world. What I do, what I started in Wari or even Kolo Kolo has become a global phenomenon that people get to award me, even give me money, invite me to panels, talk about what inspired those journeys. It's because I'm conquering my limitations. I believe that guy, if David Akora can do it, yeah. One reason why I'm always striving is because I know that there are people who are going to look at me and say, if David can do it from here and touch the world, what excuse do I have? Yeah, sacrifice comes with a lot. Sometimes losses, sometimes giving up. Yes, correct. I've given up a lot. I've had to sacrifice playful childhood. I've had to sacrifice um, things that were. I was talking to somebody and I was telling the person that I didn't, I didn't, I didn't do a lot that my friends were doing at the time. I, I was never part of a gang. I didn't know what being part of a gang is, and I'm happy that I was not part of a gang anyways. What I'm saying is that for where, because everybody and their foundation determine the level of sacrifice that they are going to give in. Like I've mentioned that my foundation was even nursing. My father had so dream to me, and I had to go and find how to mix the cement and dig the foundation and build the edifice that I want that I want to build on it. So sacrifice is an everyday thing. Till date, I'm still sacrificing. My question is, sacrifice comes to the okay, comes to the Lord. Where, how, where you are able to. So So I'm very strategic with the kind of sacrifice that I make. I'll give one example, and I think that everybody should do that. If you don't have a LinkedIn account, please go and open a LinkedIn account today. If you're not posting on LinkedIn, please go and post on LinkedIn today. LinkedIn gives you 150 people to connect to every week. Make sure you exhaust those connections, and those connections will be a reflection of who you are, where you are going to with your life. You know, we have been talking about being audacious, being courageous, being bold, persevere, to unlock your potentials and think outside the box. So it has to reflect in the friends that you are going to begin to add, right? So I knew, because of course I've again, I told you how my upbringing made me very focused, very observant. I know the spaces where I should be. So a space like LinkedIn were places where I go and I see people who have my kind of experience and they have attaining big progress. So what I think that you should do is go to spaces where people are doing the things that you want to do that you have not done yet. And LinkedIn is such a great space. It's going to be boring for you at the beginning. For my brother, the biggest things that I've done in my life, they were, I met those people on LinkedIn. One of my partners that I have that has been very consistent, I met her on LinkedIn. My work, the rise exploded on LinkedIn. That got me all the awards and got me all the recognition. As a matter of fact, when agencies want to reach out to me for a speaking engagement or invite me to attend a conference, the first thing they go to is my LinkedIn. And I have 10,000 plus followers. After early this year, in March, I had like 4,000 followers. Between March and September, I have 10,000 plus. So it means that I'm deliberate, about it. So that's ways that you're able to navigate to attain your potential. You have to be in a pool of progressive people. Progress attract progress, yes. How you manage it, but yes. Oh, I think the last question is the level of transition. Okay, I think that's my question. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate this. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the questions, and I hope that my session has been able to help a sister, help a brother, help a friend, help a colleague, navigate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. David. Come on. See, it got to a point I just had to allow Mr. David talk. Like, there should not be any resistance to this flow. And I want to believe that this session, it has changed us already. It has taken us to another level already. I want to see you in the comments. I want to see your responses. Please appreciate Mr. David. Real story. This is not aspire to perspire, right? How we did it, where we are coming from, so that you can know what to do. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We are very, very grateful for this session. It was like I should just allow the session continue. Oh my God. I want to believe that we're taking notes. I want to believe that you are living here with action step. I'm talking to every of our audience now, every one of our audience. I want to believe you are leaving this place with action step. I may even come to your DM. I know some of you, I can see you in the comments. I'll ask you. We have Some of our guests here in the room already. They are waiting. The chat session is been awesome. I have my brother here. Yesterday I got the news that it's coming, and I was very excited. He's here already. We have Miss Oge in the room too. Thank you so much. You're going to hear from these people. It's going to be fireful. It's going to be fireful. I don't want to take so much time. So we're supposed to welcome the Honorable Commissioner Orode Uduaghan, right? If you've listened to that woman, if you are following her work, you will know that she's doing a whole lot for society. She's doing a whole lot for humanity. And so we're going to play this to honor her, right? And then I will invite my brother. I hope you are ready for this, so people. I hope you are ready for this. So after this session, we're going to have a quick break, right? So we have one session, we have a very short break, and then we come again for more fire. It's going to be fire upon fire.
Orode Uduaghan is the Honorable Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs, Community Support Services and Girl Child Development, Delta State. A charismatic, solution-based leader with experience of public sector engagement, grassroots politics, and human capital development solutions. A critical and analytic thinker with the ability to think across complex issues and create solutions while communicating ideas effectively. Orode has over 15 years of experience with community development and public service leadership. She is driven by the need for equity and justice and has made a substantial contribution to increasing participation of women in policy design, politics, and governance. She has vast experience in designing and implementing programs that improve the daily lives of people, particularly in marginalized areas. Our program design experience spans across various sectors and social development goals. Orode is a former senior special assistant to the Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa on small and medium enterprise development. She is the zonal director of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) South Zone Female Youth Wing, a member of the Delta State Transition Committee, and currently an Honorable Commissioner and member of the Delta State Executive Council. She founded the Pink Pearl Foundation in 2007 to advocate for early detection and treatment of breast and cervical cancer in Nigeria. The foundation has carried out over 320 outreaches and programs for women, directly and indirectly impacting over 1.4 million women across Africa. Pink Pearl has received numerous awards and recognitions for their work, such as the Future Awards Africa 2013 Prize for Best Use of Advocacy and Activism. Orode sits on the board of impact and education-focused organizations. In 2014, she became the chairman of the board of trustees for Dream from the Slum, an NGO focused on improving the well-being of children in slum areas across Nigeria. As chairman of the board, Orode created programs like Act to Feed that has fed over 22,000 children and families from 2014 till date. A member of the board for Braintree Luminary School Warri, a slum community free school for disadvantaged children, and a member of the governing board at the Master Care International School, Asaba. Orode is a multiple award-winning entrepreneur, mom, public servant, politician, healthcare advocate, and author. Outside the Box Conference, can we receive Orode Uduaghan?
So, guys, I want to see us celebrate the Honorable Commissioner even in her absence, right? She has done a whole lot, made a whole lot of sacrifices to be a part of this event. So last night she communicated with us that she got an urgent call from the governor, and then there's something that needed to be put in place. I was worried. I said, "Hey, God, oh, Mama, why you doing like this?" I said, "Don't worry, I'm sending you somebody reliable. Who is this person that is reliable?" And when I received the name, I was telling him just now in the room that when I saw his name, I had 100% assurance. So we are going to be receiving my brother in the stead of the Honorable Commissioner, the person of Dr. Barry Wonder is in the room. I may not get to reel out his profile, but this is somebody that has amazingly, these are people who understand how it has been from day one, right? How it has been growing up from a place like Warri, right? And then reaching the globe. Right now, it's consulting for universities, for institutions across the world. Amazing man. Outside the boss conference, audience, participants, team, everybody can receive my friend and brother, Mr. Dr. Barry Wonder, as he comes on stage.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining from. Just to confirm, can you kindly confirm you can hear me? You can drop a comment on the chat.
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. I'm excited to be here, and we're going to have an amazing time. Firstly, I want to express my profound gratitude to the Honorable Commissioner for the honor and the opportunity to be here. When the profile was being read and being played out, I realized it's actually a big shoe to fit into. Well, I'm to them that the grace of God is sufficient for us. And I also want to say a very big thank you to my brother, my friend, who just finished speaking, David Aquara. Always a great pleasure and honor hearing from him. And I also want to especially appreciate the organizers. Thank you so much, Jeff, for the great work you're doing. David mentioned something about from excellence to excellence, and that's been the trajectory you've been treading on. It's from one glory to another, just observing you, and it's so inspiring seeing the great work you're doing. And I also want to thank your amazing team for working with you to actually make this happen. The dream work. Teamwork is what makes the dream work, and it's beautiful seeing young people come together to put this together to add value. Okay, so I have 30 minutes, and in the next 30 minutes, hopefully and certainly, you're going to get great value that is going to add going to make an amazing impact in your life. So firstly, I'll take the part David took. I'll share a personal story, and then I'll share my slides. All right, so I was done with primary school, and after primary school I was supposed to further to secondary, right? But after primary 6 my dad was duped by 419, so that's why probably fraud is always something I won't want to think about. So my dad was duped by fraudsters, and that made the family to encounter some very, very difficult times. So I literally couldn't go to school for junior secondary. What I planned doing was, I think someone is speaking on the background. Okay, thank you. All right, so what I intend to do, or what I did, realizing daddy didn't have money to take me to school, I started wearing mascots. I started wearing bunny, so I could save enough money to take myself to school. So I did that for a couple of months, about a year thereabouts, 3 months thereabouts. Then I, was able to save some amount of money. And the only money I saved the only school I could attend as a young guy with the money I had is a school called Obori Koko School. So when David was mentioning Kolo Kolo, probably if you're outside Nigeria, you may not, the name may stand strange, right? Because when you go to places like maybe the UK, you hear of places like Queen's Road, King's Palace, those beautiful names. Or you come to somewhere like Delta, maybe Warrior in Nigeria, right? You hear names like Kolo Kolo, and then you're surprised. So I went to a school called Obori Koko Secondary School. So I had a preconceived notion before going there, right? The notion I had was, if you're in a public school, you're not supposed to be intelligent, So what I was doing as a student every time we have a test, what I will do, I will steal notes from those who are very intelligent. You know, they usually like sitting at the front and they'll wear glasses, right? So I'll steal their notes. And the purpose of stealing their notes wasn't to maybe read them, was to have the material produced to do expo. Well, I tell people there's a way you are probably not smart, despite the fact that you have expo available, like you can do my practice, you're still not going to pass or you're still not going to make progress. So I did that for a couple of terms and no progress was made. This particular day, after receiving my results, my dad said he was going to look into my results. So I realized I had to do something fast. So I changed the scores I got. So maybe I scored 17. First test theory, second test 10, third test maybe just 15. So less than 40. So I changed all the scores to give myself an A, but I didn't remember to change it very well. So my dad realized his son has joined bad gang and his son is now into forgery of results. So he literally just gave up on me. I've already given up on myself like since, right? So that didn't make much difference. But I lost my uncle, like my closest uncle. And what I experienced did for me was it made me realize that life can be very, 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 very short. So I realized life could be very, very short, and I needed to take my life much more seriously. So I was still wearing Bunny mascots, and I'll be paid like 500, I'll be paid like 300. You know, this time around, I wasn't buying shirts to put on, I wasn't buying gadgets, nothing. I just said I was going to start buying books to read. Lo and behold, I started reading sometimes 20 minutes every day. David spoke about the importance of books, right? Sometimes 20 minutes every day, sometimes 30 minutes. And I did that for a period of time. Results came out in the new school I was moved into. I graduated with one of the best results. I was the second top student in my class. I did a program in law. We had over 200 students in that program. I graduated with close to a first class, right? Today I've written 3 books. Like Jeffrey mentioned, I now consult for multinationals. I speak sometimes for a day as a resource person and I'm paid in 6 digits, right? And those transformations, just recently, I'm thinking about making a giving, a figure I've never given before. And then I'm thinking how I was able to transition from being an individual who was dull initially to now become someone that is a resource person, that people will be willing to invest their resources just to hear and just to listen to. And I got to realize that one of the significant impacts, right, that has happened to me is being able to have a vision, right? So today we're going to look at a subject very beautiful and very inspiring. I'm trying to share my screen now. Just give me a minute. We're going to look at a subject that I believe is going to add so much value to us. And the topic is embracing your authenticity and unique potential for growth, right? Embracing your authenticity and unique potential for growth. Embracing your authenticity and unique potential. Comments on the chat box. Just tell me your name. I would love to maybe get some of our names. Tell me your names in maybe 30 seconds. Just drop your name. Drop your name quickly on the chat box. I would love to get to know some of us by names. Those of us joining the session live. Let's do that in the next few seconds while I'm trying to share my screen. Okay, so I'm seeing the comments. All right, thank you. Kara said teamwork is what makes the team work. Yeah, thank you so much. So I want to hear our names just in maybe 5 seconds or 10 seconds. Kindly drop your name. If you can hear me, let me know you can hear me so I'm sure. All right, thank you, Lily.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Imudia. Thank you, Newton. I can see you. All right, thank you. All right, so I said I'll be sharing on embracing your authenticity and unique potential for growth, right? So I'm going to start by a quote by Brené Brown, and she said something so beautiful. She said, authenticity is the daily practice of letting go of who we think we are supposed to be and embracing who we are. I'll say that again. Authenticity is the daily practice of letting go of who we think we are supposed to be and embracing who we are, right? One of the big challenges I've got to realize among individuals is sometimes we have this preconceived idea of who we think we are supposed to be, right? What we are supposed to be doing, where we are supposed to be. And every time we think about where we are supposed to be, what we are supposed to be doing, who we are supposed to be, what it does for us is it literally exempts us from living in the now. And life is happening in the now. Life is not programmed to happen later. Life is not programmed to happen yesterday. Life is happening right now. Life is happening in the now. What can you do today, right? There are sometimes I maybe face a challenge or maybe I face a difficult situation. One of the things I tell myself is whatever has happened, right? Or whatever I foresee is going to happen, it may happen, but I have this present with me now. What am I going to do with it? I choose to be happy with it. I choose to be contented with it. I choose to be fulfilled, living in the present, right? So authenticity is the daily practice of letting go of who we think we are supposed to be and embracing who we are, right? So from today's session, we're going to be getting to know what it means to be authentic. You're going to know how to identify your unique potential, and also you're going to see how we can merge concepts together and you can use it to actually fuel your growth personally and in your professional life. All right, that's our objective for today. We want to see how we can maximize our uniqueness, how we can maximize our selfness, our person, who we truly are, and use that to be a blessing to our world, right? So I would love us to reflect for maybe the next 5 seconds, right? Write down one aspect of your life you often hide or suppress because you feel it doesn't fit with societal expectation. What is that one aspect of your life that sometimes you just put it back, sometimes you just hide it because you think it doesn't fit in with societal expectation, right? And then I also want you to think about how, if you embrace this part of you, it can actually help you grow or bring you a unique advantage to your personal or professional life. Let's think about it. What's that one aspect of your life that most times you just suppress it or you just hide it? Low key. You don't want people to really know about it, right? Now, think about how that aspect of your life can now serve as a unique advantage to you in your personal and your professional life. So for me, before I used to maybe hide my faith, right? Because most times I'm in corporate environments, talking to CEOs of organization, talking to management team, leadership team. So sometimes I maybe want to suppress my faith. I maybe want to hide my faith. But you know what I got to realize? My faith is actually my advantage. Do you understand? Because I'm a person of faith, I can do business with integrity. Because I'm a person of faith, I'm not going to be selfish. Because I'm a person of faith, I can have the best interest of the next person at heart because I'm a person of faith. Right? So you have to look at your uniqueness. You have to look at that potential you have. You have to look at that ability you have that most often probably you want to suppress. Most often you want to take it to the backstage because you feel it doesn't fit with societal expectation. But that could just be your unique selling point. That could be your unique selling proposition, right? Recently, I was watching a video. I saw a video on YouTube by Kennedy Akezie or something, right? The founder of Keeper Hub for businesses. And I saw this amazing conference he put together talking about business. He was expressing his faith. And then he made a comment some time ago that I read that before now, he usually hides his faith because he's in a tech-driven environment, because he's in the fintech space. So sometimes you want to suppress his faith. But every time you suppress what is integral in you, you're not being the person that you are. I'll say that again. Every time you suppress or you hide what is integral, what is core in you, you are not being the true person you are. And who the world wants to see, the world doesn't want to see a fabricated version of you. The world is not interested in a copy version of you. The world wants to see your true self. Someone said something that we are in a world that is trying to make everybody be like somebody else. Said, so if you are able to stand your ground to be who you truly are, said you've made a lasting impact already. So who are you at your core? What are your abilities? What are your unique potentials? What are your unique giftings? We're gathered here today now at this Thinking Outside the Box conference put together by Jeffrey. What if he didn't put this together? What if he's trying to maybe copy somebody else, trying to do something like somebody else? It was never going to work, right? So recently we launched a platform for MSME, a tech-driven business, right? Um, Going into real estate, doing some stuff in real estate, thinking about doing some stuff already in agriculture and all these different aspects. But everything that has drawn out of me today came out of focusing on my core. So years back, I had this very difficult and challenging time where literally my life seemed like it wasn't going in the direction I knew it was supposed to go. It was tough. I was literally going off course. Then I had this encounter with God and it changed my life forever. He gave me a vision. Said I was going to teach and train people all around the world and teach them how to be successful. That became the building block for my life. So when I train or when I teach or when I'm speaking, it's people think maybe I never knew somebody can even become famous speaking or training or coaching. I never knew anything like that. I never knew someone can be rich doing that. I never knew until I met my mentor that stays in a duplex. His wife has a car. He has a car taking care of his children. They're in the best schools, and he's just a speaker. That was when I probably knew. And then I started developing myself further in this my unique ability. So what's that unique ability that you have? You don't have to suppress it. You have to grow it, right? Someone very, very important that comes to my mind when talking about this is Dr. Cosmos Maduka, right? And Dr. Cosmos said something so beautiful. He said, trying to be like others only insult yourself. You are who God says you are, and no one can duplicate that. He said, be yourself. So Dr. Cosmos Maduka is the CEO of Coscaris Motors, right? The first indigenous company that became like the sole distributors of luxury cars in Nigeria. And if you know him or if you follow him, one of the things that you realize about Dr. Cosmos Maduka is how he's very, 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 expressive about his faith. So Forbes magazine did an interview with him, and they titled the front cover, "The Man Who Turned $1 into $500 million." But guess what? In the front cover of the jacket he was putting on, he had like a pin he usually wears in his jacket that says Jesus is Lord. Do you understand? So with all respect to the different faiths and code that we have, right? We can be expressive about who we are without any form of shame, without any form of, do you know what I'm talking about? Because most times we want to say some things and then we hold it back. We want to express some things and then we hold it back. This should be the litmus test that you use in living your life. The litmus test in taking action. The litmus test in your behavior. If it's good for God and if it's good for man, give it a shot. I'll say that again. If it's good for God and if it's good for man, you give it a shot. If it's good for God, it's good for man, you give it a shot. You go ahead with it. That should be the litmus test that you use in living your life. So you think first of all, my actions, my decisions, my choices, the projections I have in my mind, is it good for God? You tick that. Beautiful. You go ahead. You think also, is it good for man? You go ahead and then you get it done. All right. Beautiful. So if we're talking about our uniqueness and our authenticity, one of the ways we can actually realize how true this phenomenon is simply our eye lenses. How many of you are aware that we all probably know about our fingerprints, that no individual have the same fingerprints, right? All around the world, even those who are Siamese twins joined together, their fingerprints are different. In the same way, your eye lens as well, totally different. That's why we have some phones that are face recognition, and we have some security guides that probably you have to put in your face and then it reads your lens and then gives you access. Why? Because our eye lenses are distinct. Our fingerprints are distinct. So from creation already, we can see that each and every one of us, we have this unique potential, this unique makeup, this unique togetherness that has been embedded in us for us to live and for us to do life. The next question now will now be, have you realized or have you discovered what is unique about you? Are you expressing your uniqueness? I was in Lagos with my friend Noel. You know, we're both friends with David, and we saw David. And then I jokingly told David something. I said, David is the only photographer or videographer you will barely see with a camera. And he was laughing, right? That's his uniqueness. So he focuses more on his creativity, focuses more on his storytelling. He calls himself a storyteller. There are other photographers, other videographers who are into events. We thank God for them. But David has differentiated himself. He wants to share the African story with his skill in photography and videography. What is unique about you? What is unique about you? In business development, we call it your unique selling proposition. What is unique about what you're doing? What makes it different? What makes my own teaching different and what makes it unique? I will never teach anything that I don't believe is truth. Meaning, I will never teach anything that I don't believe is truth. Anything that does not have a solid foundation based on truth, I won't teach it. Right? So, what is unique about you? What's different about you? Because we are all unique. Howard Gardner wrote a book called The Theory of Multiple Intelligence, Frames of the Mind, the Theory of Multiple Intelligence. And the theory of multiple intelligence, he identified some different kind of intelligence, right? There's musical intelligence, there's body kinesthetic, those who are body smart, there's interpersonal. Some people are people smart. They know how to build relationships, right? In behavioral scientists, sometimes they call them the sanguine. They are very good in building relationships. You just take them to a new city, just give them maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Probably some of them are on the chat box right now. If you're like that, maybe you can drop a comment. You take them there, they know how to socialize, they know how to make friends, right? Some people are people smart. Some people are word smart. They are word smart. They are bookish. They love reading. They love studying. They love researching, right? Some people are logic smart. Have you watched the Carver mathematics competition? And then you see some people, they just put many figures, many formulas, different line, and all of a sudden, the person just tell you, before even mentioning the different options, the person just tell you the answer is B, and then you're surprised. Some people are logic smart. Some people are nature smart. Nature smart. Some people are self smart. They have good intrapersonal relationship skills. Good intrapersonal relationship skills. Some people are visual spatial. They are picture smart. I believe David Aquara falls into that category. Picture smart. They know how the picture should look like. They know how the visual expression should look like to enable it to connect. So what is unique about you? I thank you, Jerry, for putting out there. What is unique about you? What's your unique potential? What have you realized about yourself? What have you realized about yourself? Imagine the Honorable Commissioner had an emergency today, and then she could think of me to stand in for her today. This barely maybe 24 hours. Why? This is me. Do you understand? You wake me up 2 a.m., you wake me up 1 a.m., you wake me up maybe 4 a.m. I believe I'll be able to deliver on this by God's grace. All right. So, which area is unique about you, and what is unique about you? So, I want us to engage on the chat box maybe in the next 3 minutes. What do you think is one of man's greatest challenge? What do you think is one of man's greatest challenge? So, this is leading us into another area. What do you think is one of man's greatest challenge? Just drop your comments on the chat box. What do you think is man's greatest challenge? One of the greatest challenge of man. All your ideas are welcome. All your opinions are welcome. I want to hear from you. What do you think is man's greatest challenge? What's man's greatest challenge? Foundational challenge of man. What is that? Is he poverty? Is he in Nigeria they talk about security? Is it bad governance? Is it just drop your idea.
So, guys, Miss Dr. Barry is having network disturbances. It's going to come back up in a bit. Keep the response coming. The question is, what is man's greatest challenge? What do you think is man's greatest challenge? We're having very interesting answers here. Yes, somebody said a limiting mindset. That's divine. A limiting mindset. Madonna said finding one's identity. Jane said man's greatest challenge is man's environment. So your environment can be a challenge. Interesting. Ignorance or lack of information. Keep your comments coming in, right? Like Dr. Barry said, every opinion counts. We want to hear from you. What is man's greatest challenge? You need to know the challenge and then know how to tackle it, right? Other people's opinion favor Gebule. Okoyo Lilian said ignorance or lack of information. Interesting. Renny Baby One. What's a name? Says doubt of what they can do. I have self-doubt. Self-doubt can be your greatest challenge. Send in your comments while we wait for Dr. Barry to come back up.
All right. Thank you so much. So sorry about that network interruption. So the next edition will maybe just focus on using Starlink, or have some prayers warrior attending to the network. Well, thank you all so much for the amazing comments. Thank you, Rennie Baby One. That of what they can do, fantastic. Thank you, Favor Igebule. Other people's opinion, beautiful. Thank you, Favor. Lillian said, ignorance, lack of information, fantastic. Jane Anthony is environment. Divine said, a limited mindset, fantastic. Mandona Tambruno said, finding one's identity. Wow. All amazing, amazing insights into what man's greatest challenge could be. But I'm a person of faith, right? So I'm going to share a story. God created man in his image and likeness. And after creating man in his image and likeness, most of us probably are familiar with this story. After creating man in his image and likeness, then the deceiver came and then told one of God's creature, Eve, that if she eats from an apple, she's going to be in God's image and likeness. She's going to be like God. But the question very important to ask is, was she not already like God? The answer is she was already in the image and likeness of God. But her identity was questioned. She questioned her identity. Every time we question our identity, we step out of who we've been designed to be. It's still one of man's greatest challenge in today. I shared something on my WhatsApp status. And one of my mentees actually reached out to me. So I'll say it here, and I think most of us are going to get the same reaction that she had. So I shared that we don't really have to try to be successful. We don't really have to try to be great. It sounded so like a lazy statement in a way. What do you mean we don't have to try to be successful? What do you mean we don't have to try to be great? Then I asked her a simple question. I said, she's a female. So I asked her, when you woke up today, I said, did you try to be a girl? Did you try to be a female? Did you pray fervently? Oh God, please make me more of a female. A female already. Oh, I want to be a female. We have Tega here. Tega will now wake up in the morning and Tega is praying. Oh God, I want to be more of a female. Make me a female. Female, female, female. No, she's already designed as a female. This is very important. She's already designed as a female. All what she has to do is to explore this feminine nature that's been given to her already and to see how to maximize it. That's all. It's useless her praying to be a female. Very important. We're talking about you can embrace your uniqueness and your potential for growth. You must understand that first of all. Some people have been asking about how do you overcome self-doubt? How do you overcome, you are a success already. Why are you a success? You are not just a product by chance. In medical science, they'll tell you, during intercourse, over 1 billion cells try getting into the woman's womb to fertilize into becoming an egg that becomes a child. Over 1 billion cells. From these billion cells, you came in at such a time as this. So what that shows is, of a truth, you've been designed for a unique purpose. If you don't have a purpose being here, you wouldn't have been here. So the manufacturer was aware way before time that Tega was coming. The manufacturer was aware that Clara was coming. The manufacturer was aware that Mandona is coming. The manufacturer is aware that Divine was coming to this world. And no manufacturer produces a product and makes that product to be, to malfunction, or makes that product not to be successful, because success is fulfilling purpose. So I use a Samsung device. The manufacturer of this Samsung device is going to be a camera phone. They ensured that this Samsung phone can do everything it was designed to do. You see, ensure it can do everything it was designed to do. Then it was let into the market. So in the same way, before you came in, you were tested. It was sure. It was known that you're going to be great and you're going to be successful. So you don't have to try to be successful. You don't have to try to be great. You explore this greatness in you and then you leave it out. All right? So we're going to give us opportunity to ask some questions. You can be dropping your questions, but I want to share some things, some practical ways you can actually use to get to identify your uniqueness and how you can express it. Some practical ways. Number one is your convictions. Your convictions. What are your convictions? Right? Have you had a moment of reflection? I was having a seminar with some teenagers, and then I told them something important. I said, most times you look for people that want to take us out. You look for people to take you on a date. I said, but what you want to do is you want to take yourself out on a date. Buy yourself a cheap drink and then sit down with yourself and then ask yourself some very, very important questions. So keys to identifying your authentic self and potential, now you can embrace it. First of all, go through self-reflection. What moments make you feel most like yourself? What activities or tasks energizes and inspire you? What will you like to be celebrated for? And what are your innate traits that can make that happen? This is self-reflection now. So some years back, I was watching Dr. Samadi Yemi on TV. While I was a teenager, or even before I became a teenager. And every Saturday morning, Success Power will come up on AIT, right? I always look forward to that program. I never knew then that maybe I was going to have a time to speak to people or coach people or train people. I never had those plans. But that was a natural inclination in me. So what are your natural inclinations? What are those things you like? What are those things that bring fulfillment to you? I love teaching. I love training. So maybe in my profile, my bio, the first thing is I'm a teacher and I'm a trainer. Beautiful. I like it. I embrace it. That's me. Do you understand? So what brings you the most fulfillment? Where are you and your, what do you do that, just gets you into your spot zone? Self-reflection. That can help you identify your authentic self. Number two, what feedback do you get from others? What do others compliment about you that is valuable, not nonsense things? David spoke about having quality people around you. Sometimes some people have some very negative people around them that they only compliment them for negative things, right? But what are the positive things people compliment about you? What do you do with the least or the most minute amount of effort and you still produce something spectacular out of it? I love researching. I love putting information together, and I love teaching and sharing this information to add value to the life of people. Very important. So 2 key ways you can, use to identify your authentic self. First of all, we said you should do what? Self-reflect. Secondly, you should get feedback from others. Get feedback from others. What do you do that people compliment? Sometimes your strengths and potential are more clearly seen by others, not even yourself. You may not even be able to see how much you can do, but others can look into you and then they can see that potential in you and then they can mention it to you or give you opportunity to develop it. And that's why having a mentor becomes very important. So ask your trusted friends, ask family and friends, ask your colleagues, what do they believe are your unique talents, right? Very important. Then number 2, you can do personality tests. We have platforms like mayabricks.com. We have 96personalities.com, where you can go and do a personality test, and then it just help you unravel some things about you, because self-knowledge is key. Self-awareness is key. Self-concept is key. From your self-concept, your self-aware, develop your second personality. See? Okay, so yeah. All right. So number 4, we've mentioned theory. Number 4 is you can have supernatural insights into your unique abilities, right? I was doing a research some months back, and then I came across the story of Buddha. Buddha needed to have fulfillment for his life. And what did he do? He secluded himself for a while. And then he said he needed to connect with the divine source. And in a moment, spent several days, several hours. And all of a sudden, there was this fulfillment, this connection he believed he had with the divine source, and that helped him pave his life, right? But I'm a Christian, and I get my own inspiration from the Word of God. So what has been written concerning you, what has been said concerning you, I don't believe what people say about me if it's not consistent with what has been written about me, right? So I've seen that I have a sound mind. I used to be a dull student, but I saw that I have a sound mind. I started developing myself. Today, the rest is history, right? I saw that I've been given the spirit of boldness, not the spirit of fear. I used to be very timid. Today, people pay me to speak to people I don't know. I used to be very timid. Literally, I couldn't open a conversation. But I started developing myself in that light. And today, the rest is history, right? So 4 key ways. We said, first of all, self-reflection. Secondly, get feedback from others. Thirdly, you can do a personality test. A caveat about personality test: your personality test is not to make you undermine your potential, to think maybe you can't do XYZ. No, it's to actually help you get to know yourself better so you can develop yourself. The number 4, supernatural insights. All right, yeah. So if you do these 4 things, it can give you some clear path into unraveling what is actually unique about you, and to see how you can start developing it further. So if you have questions, you can drop your questions. Okay, so while we're waiting for that, and waiting for the...
Thank you so much, Dr. Barry. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wow. This is such an amazing session. I'm very happy and excited that from what you are sharing, those of us watching and listening can just sit down and write steps. When I was putting out information for this event, somebody came to my inbox and was saying, you are telling us that your speakers are going to share strategy. Do you know what strategy is about? Somebody that I respect so much. I said, yes, I gave my explanation. Said, are you sure this is going to happen? I said, just come in and see. And look at the experience we are having already. It's mind-blowing. Guys, please, with these things that are coming from our facilitators, put them down. See how you can apply them to your everyday life. Don't wait till next year. Next year is far. We will begin to get intentional with our life most of the time when it's towards the end of the year. Next year is still very far. Start now. All of these things. Sit down, do the test that was mentioned, evaluate your life. All of these things, man. I don't want to interfere with the juice that has come. But I want to believe that you got real value. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Barry. Thank you so much. The thank you I'm saying is not going to do justice, but thank you. So guys, okay, we're not getting any question, and we're going to go on a very quick break for a few minutes, less than 5 minutes break, so that you can stretch. Those of you that are sitting down, you've been sitting for but don't go online, go and tell everybody that Outside the Box conference is happening now. Share the link with them. You have points. Look at the amazing things the Barry have shared. Take some of them, go put them online. Take some of things Mr. David has shared with us. Go put them on your social media. Tag us. Have a 5-minute stretch, and we are going to come back for another dose of amazingness. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag already, but when we come back in less than 5 minutes, I don't want to start looking for us. In less than 5 minutes, we're going to be having another explosive session. Thank you so much, Dr. Barry. Can we celebrate our amazing speaker, Dr. Barry?
All right.
I want to see the comments. It seems like questions are not coming. But then there's some questions we did not answer in the first session. We're going to compile all of these questions, right? So guys, even if your question is not completely formed yet, put them down, write them down, send it to us, send it as the event keep going, send it to us on WhatsApp. I'm going to personally ensure that all of our questions get answers between now and this Saturday, between now and tomorrow, and you get answers for all of your questions. That's what is most important for me, is the value you get from here. Thank you once again, Dr. Barry. I'm very grateful that you have done justice to that topic. Guys, let's go on a very short break, and I hope to see you in a bit. All right, my mic was on mute. Don't mind me. So every one of us, we can start coming back. Break over. The way they say it in secondary school. Ring the bell. Break is over. So I'm ringing the bell now. Let's come back in. Let's come back in. We have yet another explosive session, and I want to believe that we are ready for this. I want to believe that we are ready for this. I want to believe that we're ready for this. Right, for Dr. Barry. Dr. Barry is going to answer this question. Like I said, all of the questions that are coming in or that will come in after a session, we are going to answer all of them. I want to assume that some of us are having a lag. Maybe you are connecting on YouTube and you're watching, you're still trying to catch up. So all of your questions are going to get answers. Trust me on this one. These are my words to you. So without wasting time, I want us to, there are some persons I'm waiting to see on the chat. You're watching, but you're not saying anything. Comment. You don't want me to welcome you? So we're going to be receiving somebody very special. We're going to be receiving somebody very special to the stage right now. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to, like I said when we started, be open-minded. Let your heart be open. Be ready to listen. Be ready to take instructions, right? Men are product of meetings. So one word from this meeting can just be what you need for your next level. One word from this conversation that we are having can just be what you need for your next step. Okay, may just be the solution you have been looking for. May just be that solution you did not know you were that you needed. There are times that we are looking for solutions. There are times that we do not even know that we need these solutions, and then they come and voila, everything changes, right? So I want you to be open-minded, listen attentively. Yeah, with your note, like I am with my notes, take notes and have good value for your time. So ladies and gentlemen, celebrate with me, welcome with me somebody very special, right? So when I reached out to the Olori to be a part of this event, that this is what we are doing, she was very, very interested in this movement, right? Getting to provide a platform for people to get themselves up, get to overcome limiting mindset, become solution creators. The whole idea of personal development, you would know if you are following Olori and her work, following Olori and her impact, you will know that she's very, very, heavily invested in people development, youth development, women development, trade development. She's just an amazing woman. And she said, Jeff, September is a very tight month for me. I may not even be in the country, right? There are so many projects that I have running, but I want to be a part of this event. And if it happens that I will not show up, I'm going to send somebody very, very dear to me. I'm going to send a very trusted representative. And I said, Olori, no problem. We want you to come. But if you cannot come, we trust that your word, the person you're going to send in your stead is an amazing person. So I got to hear that Ms. Oge is going to be with us live. And I am very, very excited. I'm very, very open-minded. I had to go check out how we've not talked. We've not had any conversation before now, but following her works on social media and the things that she's been doing, she's the Chief Operations Manager for Royal Iwere Foundation, working very closely with the Olori to execute both ideate and execute management of the project that are coming in. So I want you to listen very carefully because, see, the speakers that we are bringing on board, they have experience. We want to listen to them based on their experience and wealth of wisdom. Okay, it's not somebody that has read a book and then they are coming to give us motivational talk. If you listen to the last two speakers, so I want us to pay attention. See, I'm repeating this thing. Pay attention to the session that we're going to be having. So very quickly, we're going to play this, and then we will have Madam Oge, like I'm already calling her, on stage.
Ogechukwu Abiago Ezeo Biora, Patients and Programs Management Professional with a robust background in experiential community development products, corporate social responsibility development, and human capital development programming for marginalized and undeserved communities. Over the past 7 years, she has designed, developed, and implemented over 60 multi-layered projects, programs, and experiential products of diverse capacities across 9 sectors, including non-profit, education, entrepreneurship, health, media, governance, extractives, faith-based industry, and technology in Nigeria, and developed an experiential product framework. Her track record also consists of managing large-scale teams across 3 continents and handling project portfolios funded by institutions such as the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, Free Press Unlimited, Ford Foundation, Luminate Group, Mark Otto Foundation, Shehu Musa Yaradua Foundation, Open Ownership of Nigeria March Court, the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism, and the Palace of Olu of Warri Kingdom. Through her consulting startup, Abiago Africa, Ogechukwu Abiago offers custom solutions on operations-driven system innovation, experiential product development, and program management. Ogechukwu Abiago has also authored 2 books under the faith-driven enterprise, Kingship and Priesthood. Outside the Box Conference, received in the stead of Olori Atuwashe III, Ogechukwu Abiago Ezeobiora.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Good afternoon, everyone, wherever it is that you're listening to me from. I bring you very warm greetings from Olori Atuwashe III. We're very excited to be represented here. Standing on all existing protocols, I would like to thank the Outside the Box Conference for inviting all of the verticals that my principal, Her Royal Majesty Olori Atuwashe III represents, which is the Royal Library Foundation and Elevate Africa, 2 very strong human development and human capital focused organizations, one focused on the Warri Kingdom and the South at large, and the other focused on the African continent, which is the Elevate Africa. So thank you so much for welcoming me in her stead. I am totally blown away. I'd like to also use the opportunity to thank all the speakers who have spoken before me. They have been amazing, and even though I was working while listening to them, I was like, wow, this is amazing. So thank you so much, sir. I'm glad to be here with you.
Thank you so much for joining in. I'm very, very excited to be having you in person. I know we've not had the conversation before now, but trust me, this is me sending a note ahead of time. I'm going to be buzzing you. Thank you very much for coming in. I celebrate you, celebrate the Olori Atuwashe, right? In Assumption, I know that she's very busy following her work. She's a very busy person. And guys, you see, I was saying it and saying it. I want you to pay attention. You are going to know why you are paying this attention you are paying, right? It's a free event. You're not paying money, but you're paying attention. So please do. She has very few minutes to just share with us. I want you to not be distracted. Get the best from this. Over to you, Mom.
Thank you very much. And a big hello to everybody who's on the call today. If you have joined an event like this, it means that you are intentional about your life, about yourself, and you're looking to grow, to become better. And so in that light, I will do my best, very honest with you, and very straightforward, right? So why do I have the right to come today to speak to you about the power of vision and growth potential? Why? Well, thank you so much for putting together that wonderful video about me. I was very surprised. I was expecting Her Majesty's bio video instead. But I'll say to you very simple stuff. Based on the kind of work that I have been exposed to, with prior clients and even currently with Her Royal Majesty, meeting young leaders such as herself who are doing exceptional things has always blown my mind. And I always wondered to myself, what is driving this kind of people? What is pushing them, because the kind of vision that they are driving, yes, they have a team, they have people like me across different layers to help them, but you cannot forget that it is their vision, their understanding of what it is that they are here to do that empowers and enables people like me to also be on their platform. Do you understand me? So the first thing I would say to you is I want to use an illustration of a car, right? So if you have or if you want to purchase a car, for instance, you want to purchase a G Wagon, right? If you purchase a G Wagon, apart from the aesthetics and how fancy it is, right? If you do not understand the purpose or the use of a G Wagon, it will just be another pretty car in your garage. The same go to buying a Camry and expecting the Camry to do what a G Wagon can do, or buying a Volvo and expecting it to behave like a Mercedes. Now, all of these things are from a lack of understanding of four critical things. And before I start that, I'll say to you, I picked out like three keywords in the title, on the topic, or in the essence of this conversation or the conference as a whole. The first thing I picked was vision. The second thing I picked was purpose. And the third thing I picked was growth. These three very critical concepts, while they stand alone, they are very interwoven, they are interlayered, they are interlinked, and they cannot do without each other, so to say. So, as I was thinking through it, I said, how can I be honest with the people on the call? I don't want to come here and do acquire to require to perspire, and then you are inspired, so to say, but you're not living with any concrete follow-up mechanisms or processes that you can apply in real time. So I'll say to you that to grow, you must have vision, which is sight. So if you want to grow, you need to be able to see yourself, your situation, your environment. Sight is important for growth. If you want to get the right vision, which is sight, if you want to see properly, you need to understand direction. Direction in this instance is purpose. Do you understand? Like for you to grow, for you to advance, for you to become that person you see in your heart, you need to see. Darkness clouds your judgment, darkness blinds you. And when you're blind, you move around aimlessly. So to grow, you must have vision, sight. To get the right vision, sight, you must understand purpose, which is direction. And now here's the critical part. To understand direction, you need to know who made you. What are the objectives of the person who made you? So I am unapologetically a believer. I am faith driven. I am faith oriented. I'm a Christian. And I applaud every other person on the call today who isn't a Christian but is a believer in God. Different religions have different approach to purpose, to self, to direction. But my understanding would be from the Christian, the way, the truth, and the life, Jesus Christ. And I say to you very, very, with all humility and sincerity of heart, you cannot understand your vision if you don't understand who made you. Referencing back to the car, you cannot maximize a G Wagon without knowing why the manufacturer made the G Wagon. It's like the Birkin bag. It's a very popular bag that high clientele or high level women carry about. The person who made that bag did not intend for the bag to become like high society, high floating, I believe, from watching about her. That bag, so her own version of her Birkin bag are carried casually. Like she carries her Birkin bag on a daily basis. It's not a bag she carries on operate like for an event. But thanks to culture, society, status, the way people began to carry the bag over a period of time have now turned it into an exclusive luxury. Whereas the person who made the bag made it for compatibility, for space, for functionality, to be able to take it around on a daily basis. What does this explain to you? It explains to you that you need to go back to the source. You need to go back. And the thing that I'm saying to you, I'm not saying to you from a personal, just me personally. I'm saying it to you from the standpoint of how I see Her Royal Majesty operate and run the verticals that God has championed her to run, right? So Her Royal Majesty is somebody who's very, very God oriented, very kingdom oriented. And so the things that she's doing, the work, the humanitarian work she's doing with the Royal Wear Foundation, the Africa-wide work she's doing with Elevate Africa, alongside her husband, the King Ogiami Atoshi III, these things are being done from a place of sight, vision. The vision is gotten from direction and understanding of where God is leading her. How does she know where God is leading her? She knows because she knows God. Do you understand? It's a ripple or trickle effect that goes down. And the same can be said for me personally. I'm in my early 30s and I'm leading the operation for not one but two verticals of Her Royal Majesty. That is not something that is done, that is done by sight, direction, and understanding who directs me. If someone told me 7 years ago when I just started my career that 7 years down the line, organization for this kind of person, I'd be surprised. I'd be stunned. But in 7 years, by learning better who God is, it's a continuous process. As a man thinketh in his mind, so is he. So your understanding, your willingness to learn and unlearn constantly in the sight of God, learning through his books, learning through his precepts, how he has worked with other people. What that does for you is it fine tunes you, it fine tunes your sight. You see clearer. You are filled with light. Light illuminates, right? This is something that is so critical, and I say it to everybody who comes into my personal space. Please go and know your maker for yourself. His purpose for you is most likely always tied to his own vision. So if you want to know about God, you need to go read about God. If I want to know about Bill and Melinda Gates, for instance, I don't have direct access to them. So what would I do? I'll go online and read about resource materials about them because I want to get to know them. It's the same thing you should do. When people tell you to go and know about God, they're not saying something big. They are asking you to go and do research. Where do you do your research? We're thankful for all of the millions of theological scholars over the years who have, through inspiration, been able to try to interpret the Bible or the Quran. in this case, the Bible. You need to go start reading. What is God's agenda? What is his mission? These things are so simple. If you put them on Google, you will get the most incredible answers. Read about him. What's his mission? What's his vision? And I promise you that as you're reading about him, you're going to be able to see your own growth in that. Like in getting to know the person that made you, it's like you're reading your manual. You're reading a manual about yourself. Things become clearer. So 3 things I would say for you to take away from today's conversation, which are critical, is number one, you need to understand your manufacturer. Every human being you see, every idea you see is a product. Like everything you see is a product. Take it like that. It's a product, right? And because things are products, there are manuals for them. You as a human being, you're a product. There's a manual for you. If you go and look for your manufacturer, you would understand them, number one. Number two, you would understand why they made the products they have made. If you understand the products that they have made, I'm talking about its um its features. So you as a human being, you have features, you have things about you that are wonderful, that are peculiar, that are unique to you. And even if they're not unique to you, how you approach things is unique. If you line up 10 operations managers or officers here today and we all explain our processes to you, you would see a uniformity, but you would also see our differences. Does that mean that, you know, I'm different from the other person? Well, yes, in a way, but I'm also the same. So understand your manufacturer, understand why the manufacturer made the product he made. The product in this instance is you. Why did God actually create human beings? What was his objective when he was creating human beings? As you deep dive into that, you would see a layout, a blueprint. The blueprint is simple. That blueprint, as you look and read and digest that blueprint, you begin to see expressions of yourself that connect with that blueprint. If you then want to go scientifical, I recommend that you take personality tests online, not before you try to know God, read your manufacturer, understand why he made his product, which is you. No, after, so that you can connect the dots to the things you've already read or the things you've already researched, like it would make more sense to you. You understand me? So do a personality test, then do a career analysis test. You might be an intermediate right now, you might just have entry level skills, you might even have mid level skills. It's not relevant to this. Go take a career analysis test. I did mine about 7 years ago and it changed my life. It helped me be able to put all of my skills together in a way that helped me understand my uniqueness and my similarity to other people and then my weaknesses. That's the truth. But because I began from a standpoint of God, it helped. It helped me be able to connect the dots easier, better. The process is not sweeter. You just have better backing. You have foundation because as you grow, growth is painful. Growth is painful, right? So as you grow, you need to have more than just motivation because things can kill your motivation. As you grow, you need to have more than even consistency sometimes because you can be consistent at something and the thing is not going the way you think it's supposed to. So what happens? That can kill your morale, it can kill your consistency morale. But if you understand that your mission, your vision, your purpose is bigger than you. It's about the manufacturer, God. It's about a higher power. What happens is you're able to plug in to more than yourself. Energy that surpasses your human energy can carry you through. A good instance is this month I'm in. This month I'm in has been wild for me work-wise. If I do not have certain understanding of my manufacturer, right, it's the type of month where I can shut down totally and hide myself and put off my phone. Like it's enough for me to like vanish from the face of consciousness with other people. But I understand. So right now, what is keeping me is not motivation, it's not inspiration. What's keeping me is not even consistency. I promise you, it's not consistency. What's keeping me currently is my manufacturer, is the manual, is my vision that he gave me that I am then running with. And so on that note, I employ you all to also do mentoring. Mentoring isn't just when somebody handholds you and teaches you face to face. And that is something that, Her Royal Majesty and His Royal Majesty are great about, amongst other things. They are great role models. They are great mentors you can look up to. Our generation of upcoming leaders are exposed to more information than we know what to do with. We are exposed to more chaos, more crisis than any other generation because we have technology. We are interconnected. Years ago, this would not have been possible. I would need to be in a physical location to speak with you, and you would need to be there to see me. What does that mean? The things that are also disadvantages can be advantages. These important personalities, young leaders in their late 40s, in their early 40s who are doing extraordinary things, please follow them. When you follow them, don't just like their pretty pictures. When they post things, read what they are posting and research. If you go to Her Majesty's Instagram page, for instance, a good number of her humanitarian work, her philanthropic work, her entrepreneurial work is there. Don't just like her pictures. Open the caption, read, screen grab those things you have read, research them. Those ways are also ways of mentoring. Her Royal Majesty does not need to appear before you to mentor you. If you follow the work she's doing, you're following the Royal Iwerie Foundation. That is her foundation. You follow the foundation. You see what they are doing. You are inspired. You are learning. You're getting information. You're getting light. You're seeing how people are executing their own vision. You're able to understand better. You understand me? You get me? So please don't just follow people like Her Royal Majesty and His Royal Majesty just for aesthetics, just to monitor them. You can be mentored that way too. And all the other speakers who have spoken here today are people worth emulating, following, to understand the work that they are doing. So please read and research. Please do. Please do. Just don't like their fine pictures. I don't know why I feel led to things like it's just heavy on my mind because people stay on social media just for scrolling, just for aesthetics, just to know what's happening without real depth in the knowledge. You can't grow that way. Even God said, study to show yourself approved. Go read his word, it's there. So why are you approved? You learn, something happens, an expansion happens, a knowledge comes. Have you realized that for every knowledge that you come in contact with, you want to implement the knowledge? It means that those who don't do stuff, it's not because they don't want to do it, it's because they don't know how to. So the more you know, the more you learn, the better your growth margin is, the easier your sight becomes, the clearer you even hear God. If God right now speaks to you and tells you, my child, I'm sending you into the education space. Do you know that your level of knowledge would help you interpret that thing small, big, or even wrong? Somebody might hear that same thing from God and then go and open an Instagram page and start selling books. That's not well, that's a level of education, don't get me wrong. But why do you think that's what God is sending you to? Why don't you think that when God tells you, my child, I'm sending you to education, he's saying that he wants you to go and get your BSc, get your master's, do PhD, join a research fellowship, like become a solution bringer, understand education so much that you can see the issues in Nigerian educational system, to start doing policy that will change it, to start doing developmental work, to start reaching out to the big donor foundations of this world to say, oh, I have this vision about education in Africa. It can be this, it can be that. Why do you think that God's word to you is to go and open an Instagram page and start selling books? So I hope that with these few points of mine, you've been able to take away 3 key factors of know your manufacturer, know why your manufacturer made the product, which is you, and understand your manufacturer's agenda. There is a reason why he made a product. If you understand these 3 things, or you start to learn about these 3 things, other things fall in place and it's a great domino effect. God bless you all. Thank you so much for having me.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you so much, mom. This is short, direct. The bullets that were coming. So some of us that you now know that you need to go back and evaluate how you're using social media. Very importantly, how you follow people who look like where you want to go to. Also very importantly, and when you hear God's word, when God gives you direction for your life, your level, the level that you currently are at is what will determine how you interpret what God is saying to you, whether you interpret it big or whether you interpret it small or whether you interpret it wrongly, completely wrongly. It's all dependent on that. So keep developing yourself. And I think the notes you are closing on is going to finally take us into our next session. It's going to finally take us into our next session, because in our next session, we're talking about capacity building. Thank you very much, man. This is awesome. This is epic. By the way, I'm going to be sending you a mail just after this session so that I can do a very quick follow-up. Thank you so much. Whoosh, this is powerful. Guys, I hope that you are getting tremendous value for your time here. So we are going to be having somebody very special, right? You know, we've had time lag, which by 1 p.m. we're supposed to be wrapping up this whole event. And it's interesting, by this time we are here. We'll be having our very last session, but we're going to be having it with somebody very phenomenal. There's not so much time for me to start reeling out profile and all of that. But you see this event that we are having, when I first conceived it in my head, it was the first person I went to meet and said, this thing is bigger than my mind can handle right now. I said, Jeff, go and try it. If you do it, if you succeed, you win. If you don't succeed at it, you also win. Head or tail, we win. Man, if you've known me for a while, if you've known me for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and you don't know this person, you don't know me at all. So I want us, wherever you're connected from, whether on LinkedIn, whether on YouTube, whether on Facebook, or whether you're coming back to watch the replay, I want you to, like I said, pay attention previously. I want you to pay more attention to what you say. Every time I get to listen to him, whether sitting in any of his sessions, whether on the phone, whether via chat, I always get direction for my life. No cap, guys. I always get clarity for my life. I always get the energy that I need to run. This year has been an amazing year for me. It has been one very productive year, one very troublesome year. I've had, but in all of this, the speed at which I'm moving with is coming from somewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you somebody I call father. He's a mentor. He's a father. He has been there through thick and thin. It's somebody that understands what it means to be at the level that most of us are at. currently, and they also understand what it means to be at the top. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to see the comment rolling. We are going to be introducing somebody very special. You see how I'm saying that, repeating. It's doing me that we are not having this meeting physically, but maybe in our next edition, right? So, ladies and
Ogechukwu
gentlemen,
Abiago
we'll be
Ezio
receiving
Rumed Daniels.
Pastor Rumed
With over
Daniels
a decade of corporate
just
experience,
after this
Rumed is a seasoned
video.
business
Thank you very
development
much.
executive and training consultant who helps organizations and individuals achieve top performance and team efficiency. As a certified Scrum Master and Agile practitioner, he applies Agile methodologies and principles to deliver value and results for his clients. Rumed Daniels. With over a decade of corporate experience, Rumed is a seasoned business development executive and training consultant who helps organizations and individuals achieve top performance and team efficiency. As a certified Scrum Master and Agile practitioner, he applies Agile methodologies and principles to deliver value and results for his clients. Rumed is also a co-founder and director of two educational organizations that provides world-class education and leadership training to professionals from all walks of life. He is an award-winning speaker, author, and facilitator who has shared his insight and expertise at various conferences and events. He is about empowering and inspiring others to discover and lead potential. As a team lead at Impact Global Consulting, he leads a group of talented and driven consultants who offer innovative and impactful solutions to diverse business challenges. Outside the Box Conference, we see Rumed Daniels.
Was that me? It sounded like one powerful. I can't hear your voice, Jeffrey. Can you hear mine?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're welcome,
All
sir.
right. Thank you. Thank you. That video introduction, I appreciate. More importantly, you. I appreciate your tenacity, your focus, your drive, your hunger.
Thank you, sir.
I have, by the privilege of God, been able to speak to and mentor quite a number of people, but you are one of the most troublesome. And that's because you will not let me rest. Your hunger for more is unquenchable. Please don't let that die. All right. Wherever that hunger is coming from, don't let it die. I want to say big thank you for having me. You and your team, thank you for everything you've done preparing for this. I can tell from every step of the way you've been through a lot. A lot of people do not know exactly. I don't know if you've taken time to share what you've gone through preparing for this. But I stood by the sidelines, and at some point I said exactly to you, I'm quoting myself, I don't want to push this. I don't want to exert myself. Go and deal with this. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
if there's anything I know is that when you're doing something, all right, it's you. And undoubtedly, you are a better man today. As at this time, as I'm speaking to you and with you, I can tell that you are not the same person who started this journey. And so, if that's true, please smile at me. Don't just look at me. Good, good. All right, so greetings, everyone. Congrats, by the way. Jeff, congratulations. Please help me celebrate Jeffrey Pete and the amazing team that have put together this amazing conference. Wherever you are, you want to type in something, just type in congratulations, tell him we appreciate him. All right. Now, I can't see you wherever.
To everybody typing, congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I can see it. I can see the congratulations. Thank you. I appreciate greatly. Mr. Rima is going to join us. I think network is disturbing. Just give us a moment, please. Meanwhile, get other persons to be here. This is the last session. This is the climax of this event that we are having. And see, permit me to say this: you are in for a change. You are in for a setup. You are set up already.
Can you hear me?
Welcome back, sir. Yes, loud and clear.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I was just saying that, interestingly, this is what happens when you have a virtual conference. You are not so sure of who is, hearing you and who isn't. And I can't feel the energy in the room. However, my trust is that in the next couple of minutes, in addition to everything that you've heard from all the amazing speakers, you will be, blessed. I listened to, I think I missed the very first one, but I was here for my friend David, his presentation. I heard it. It's always a delight to hear him. Also, someone who is very, very hungry and dynamic as well. I have seen him follow all of our events since the time we came into the city of Warri from Lagos. Same I would say for Mr. Barry. Watching him as well, the journey has been amazing. I don't want to begin to sound like a proud father, but I can all just say that what is coming out of our city, Warri, is amazing. The world has not seen us yet, and this is the dream we've always had, that nobody will take us for granted because we are from WAFI. Right now, I am aware that this conference transcends this Warri location. So wherever you are, we're grateful to have you here, even if you are in the diaspora at the moment. Okay, so I heard the last speaker mention one or two things that I would have loved to say. I've heard everybody say a few things. It's always very interesting when you come last. That's why I'm just going to leave a charge behind. I have called it START. So if you have a pen, you have a paper, wherever you are, a notebook, please write with me, START. Okay, just say START with me, START. So it's one thing to hear everything you heard. It's one thing to be encouraged to go and grow capacity that allows you to think, behave, act, outside the box. It's one thing to be encouraged to become a creative person. It's another thing to get it done. All right? It's another thing to get it done. I am a product of books and meetings like this. I spent years pursuing information. I became so good at it that at some point I told myself, okay, enough of information. I'm not going for any more meetings again. I put a cap on every single, seminar, and I said, no, let's give expression to what you've learned. So for more than a year, for close to 2 years, I avoided every conference around the country or anywhere in the world. I started giving expression to the things I was doing. And I said to myself, well, I would prefer that my results speaks for me. That's why I'm here today to ask you to start. Start from where you are. Start with what you have. I'm telling you, if all I heard from the last, speaker is anything to go by, I'm sure you're good to go. Please don't doubt it that every word you've heard, everyone's story you've heard is absolutely the way to go. For events like this over the years, I found out that I'm not so given to getting the principles as to getting the stories. I want to hear people's stories personally, how whatever they're sharing has worked for them. I heard Barry say earlier, he said, what makes him stand out is that if it's not the truth, he will not say it. And that's a mantra, amazing personal value that he's already represented. Even though that's not personal for every one of us, the fact is this: you hear that some of the principles we're sharing, has resonated with each of us. Another speaker says, I took a career assessment test about 7 years ago, and it changed my life. If I were you, just like I am, as I heard her, I realized that even though I've done that test before, I will want to go back and do that test again. By the privilege of God, in a few days' time, I'll be running that test for 40 executives, senior executives of an organization. We call it the DISC assessment test, DISC. You can carry it out for free online. However, there's a paid version, and so on and so forth. But what I'm just saying is that there's so much to do, and you need to do. If you are here on this, conversation, you are an entrepreneur or a professional that works for an organization, you currently are a student working, to earn a degree, whatever it is you're doing, understand that whatever you do every day is working on you. While you're doing what you do every day, what you do is working on you. And that is the beautiful thing about working on yourself. If what I do every day is not working on me to improve me, there is a waste of time on that, especially if all I get is money. If all I get is money. Let me go straight into the acronym START, and let me try to do this as fast as possible. So we have START. Number one is S. A few years back, I just took a pen and I wrote a little mini book titled The 5 Entrepreneurial Principles That Have Changed My Life. It is what led to the acronym START. It's a little book published a few years ago, and hopefully at some point you can get a copy of it as well. However, S stands for something is in your hand. If there's anything you've heard so far today, is that you're special, you're not ordinary, there's something special about you. There is no one born of a woman, all right, that has nothing in them. That a few years ago, some of us might still remember, the man born without arms and legs, without legs, who got married to a fantastic woman, gave birth to a child and all of that. And one day I saw him speak at a conference. He was carried up the pulpit and dropped on the pulpit, as it were. I'm telling you, that day I saw that video, I said to myself, God is faithful. He's not unjust to not have given this man legs, all right? If all he's done to create such a man is to let all of us who have legs know that we have no excuse, then that's Jerry, please confirm that you can hear me.
Okay, we can hear you now, sir.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so something is in your... It's what is in your hands. Sir, I don't know. I'm good at many things. I don't know what to do. There's something in your hand. Sir, I'm not sure of what I should be doing with my life. There's something in your hand. They've told me I'm good for nothing. There's something in your hand. In fact, this last one is my own story. I didn't meet my father till I turned 7. Anybody who has been around my meeting for a while would have heard my story once in a while. And when I finally got to meet him at age 7, one of the things I kept hearing every now and then was that you are good for nothing. All right. I was called Enrame. Enrame in Yoruba means meat or animal. All right. Nrako means dog. Oneda means witch. These are some of the things that I heard as labels. All right. However, I grew understanding that something was in my hand. In fact, by the time I turned 12, going on 13, all right, I will not forget the experience, just like Barry said earlier that he met God. That's my own story too. I became a Christian. And when I say Christian, I was born into a Christian family. But however, I personally got into a relationship with God at the age of 12, going on 13. And I have never looked back again. And since then, a lot has changed about my life. So something is in your hand. Write that down somewhere. I'm special. I'm needed. The world needs me. I have value. All right. Something is in my hand. I am not born a waste. I'm not born a nobody. Something is in my hand. The next thing there is T. T stands for think true. This is me telling myself the things that have worked for me. The first thing that worked for me was that I discovered purpose. I discovered that I had something to offer. I discovered value about me. However, I sat down and began to work on that. And that's where think true comes into place. All right. So in thinking through, you want to sit down to, talk about what needs to be done, how you process what is in your hand. All right. What do I need to do to improve what I have? Where do I need to go? Who do I need to submit to? Do I need to leave the shores of this country? All right. For someone here, for some of us here, there's certain career paths that don't have the, platforms for developing that career path in this country yet. For instance, there's no degree in this country providing for, mechatronics, robotics, aeronautics. There's so many things that we don't have our Nigerian universities providing for. So to that end, some of us need to find out where we need to go, how we need to go. These are the thinking patterns that must be, when you say you're thinking outside the box, you don't want to behave like every other person, that you must force yourself into the mold because there's nothing that helps you develop competence in the area of your giftings or your passion. You have to be able to sit down to ask the right questions. How can I go where I need to go to get what I need to get? If you don't ask that question, your brain will not go to work. All right. So don't say, we don't have the money. My family is not able. We don't have people who will help me. I cannot go beyond this place. No, don't say that. The question you need to ask yourself is how. You need to think through. You need to think through. If you break through in your thinking, you will break through anywhere. You will break through anywhere. You motivate. Some of us say, this is always motivation, this is always motivation. But don't forget, motivation works the world go round. As a matter of fact, this has nothing to do with motivation. These are the things that has worked for us. These are the things our hands have touched. These are the things, the principles and values that my hands have touched. Like I said, 5 entrepreneurial principles that have changed my life. This is one of them. I sat down to ask, what must I do? Who must I go to? What must I become to become the person I want to become? And that might sound like tautology, but what you become, and what you do are two different things, because what you're becoming, who you're becoming, determines what you do. And so, who am I going to become? How do I want to become that person? What do I need to do? What books do I need to read? All right. Where do I need to go to? The last speaker spoke about mentoring. I don't want to flog that again, but if you can hear me, I want you to locate a certain video on YouTube. It's titled "The Art of Developing Mentoring Relationships." Mr. Jeffrey will remember that one of the videos I like to recommend to young people who say, please mentor me, is that video. I put it up several years ago when I heard a lot of people say, I need mentoring, and people didn't know how to develop mentoring relationships. And I, for one, am someone who had destroyed mentoring relationships before by virtue of my lack of understanding of what it takes to develop mentoring relationship, of how important it was and what I needed to do. I had destroyed those kind of relationships before. So I put a few guys together, about 20 people in a room, and I was discussing just like I am today. And something told me, why not record this? We didn't have anything recording that day. So I brought my phone out, put it in my pocket, and voila, it's become one of the most interesting videos. And it's an audio, but please, I want to beg you, you need to go and listen to it. I'm going to say it again. I want to beg you, you need to go and listen to it. It's titled Developing the Art of mentoring relationship, or the art of developing mentoring relationships. If you go to Remy Daniels on YouTube, you can see it. I want you to listen to it and then keep moving. Learn to develop what you need. You're going to get when you think through. All right. So I need you to hear this. The world has moved into the fourth industrial revolution. I don't know if any of the speakers talked about it. By January 2021, January 1st, the official timeline from Davos, all right, the Global Economic Summit Group, showed us that we have moved into what we now know as the fourth industrial revolution that is characterized by a number of things we see, like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, cloud computing, 3D. It's endless, all right? Now the world has moved in there. The driver for that in our own nation will be the 5G network. And the 5G network is now available in some parts of Nigeria. It's going to catch up very soon. The moment it catches up in your city, if you're listening to me from Owerri, there's a likelihood that 5G is not yet active now. If you're listening to me from maybe somewhere in the north, maybe it's not yet active. There's some cities that way is active at the moment. Please take note of this. 5G is going to move us in a speed that we have never seen before. And this is not a time when you want to start wondering, what should I do? What should I not do? No. This is a time to do this, to evolve with the time. In fact, evolve ahead of the time. All right? Evolve ahead of the time. So don't run after everything. Don't fret. Point your heart at one thing. I'm glad in the introduction video, someone mentioned my foray into Scrum. All right. Beyond Scrum, I'm doing a few things right now that are not Scrum related, but are related to my consulting job in the IT space. I don't want to mention that now, but I can tell you this, becoming a Scrum Master in terms of just sitting through it, I had to connect with someone who literally was in Texas. And every night, Jeffrey knows this story I'm talking about. Every night for more than 8 months, I would sit up at night, all right, sometimes into 4 a.m. Nigerian time, because it's probably about 9 p.m. his time, 6-hour difference. And it was a lot of work, but I was growing a capacity that was needed in the marketplace that was not yet popular in Nigeria right now. However, that's what's required when somebody begins to think outside the box, all right? We are not thinking of, I know someone who says that I want to become a doctor because my father says I must be a doctor. I know parents who says that, okay, I'm a doctor, it's easier to get a job as a doctor. True, very true. But it says every child of mine must become a doctor. That is an error. All right. And why? Simple, just do this. And after this, please take a moment. Google up the top 20 jobs of the future. And you realize that medicine is not even ranked on the top 10. Yes, I said so. I'm a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and I can tell you for starters that a lot has changed. The jobs of the future, the careers of the future, medicine, hear me again, medicine is not even one of them. Does that mean that doctors will not be needed? No, that's not what it means. It's just simply that there's a lot that artificial intelligence will be able to do, and a lot of disruptions of already existing big-time jobs, in quotes, is beginning to change. The careers of the future are evolving in ways that we do not even see. And Nigerian universities are not yet fully equipped to even prepare us for the fourth industrial revolution. However, we are there. It's upon us, and it's going to happen very fast. Like I mentioned, 5G is the trigger of that. So it means you're going to need to sit down and think. The current job I do, or the current business I do, what is the future of that? That's thinking through. The current career that I want to take, what is the future of it? That's thinking through. What do I need to do now to be relevant for tomorrow, not just for today? Because by 2030, the world would have moved into 10 years of the new and the fourth industrial revolution. However, between 2025 and 2030, there will be a lot of speedy changes like we've never seen. It's going to happen. So the question is, if I'm a banker now, if I'm a lawyer now, how will the disruptions coming affect what I do? Please, for every single thing you know how to do or want to do, understand there's a disruption on the way. And so please get ready for it. Get ready for it. Think through. All right, let me rush through. A stands for arise. There's work to do. In other words, after thinking through, after getting a roadmap, after thinking about a plan you need to follow, and you've answered the question of how can I get this done? Now follow those steps. Begin to follow those steps. One of the things I did when it came to answering the question of how was that I wrote in myself. Then I told myself what I wanted to become in terms of training and consulting. I'm speaking in organizations now that I can tell you I'm grateful for friends who work in the banking sector. I'm grateful for friends who are massive in the ministry sector and all of that. But there are some things I've been engraced to do. But not just grace, but I disciplined myself to sit down to learn that it will take some people years to catch up now. All right. And what that means is that it didn't happen by chance. There were certain steps I took over the years, certain steps that someone like Jeffrey is taking now over the years. When you say somebody saying, I want to volunteer, I want to serve somebody, I want to do bits, some of those things, you think that they are fools. You think we don't know what we're doing, but it's deliberate. That's why I said, go and listen to the Art of Developing Mentoring Relationships. You understand what I'm saying? They're deliberate steps. All right. There are certain things I cannot say now, but when you get to those videos, you will listen, especially that particular one. There are certain things I want to say now, certain actions I took in my undergraduate days, all right, that led to the things I do now. I am privileged, very privileged. I am saying this, that I can put together a top-notch executive meeting in a place like Lagos or Abuja now. Get A-listers and the who is who in the industries by the grace of God, by virtue of relationships that have been built and nurtured for over a decade. Not 1 year, not 2 years, not 3 years, no, not 4. Over a decade. And some of those relationships have gone close to 2 decades. Like the one I have with Professor Pat Utomi was built since 2006. I said that again, since 2006. That's when I started building. So it's 18 years in the making. It's not today. Same thing with the relationship I've built with, someone like Nia Adesanya. It's gone for close to 20 years. I met him at exactly, 2004 and all of that. And it's been growing. So you see, I'm not saying that that's what you need to grow. We're in an age and in the time when technology has made everything happen so fast. So decide what you want to do. If you're going to become a programmer, you want to become an AWS specialist in cloud computing, for instance. If that's where you want to build expertise in, then stick with it. Ask yourself, who do I need to, connect with? Where do I need to learn this? And then sit down there, take action. That's number 3. Take action. And we've said that over and over. Every one of us has said that all together today. Please, as soon as we end this, write the first 2-3 things you need to start doing now differently. Number 4 is R. Resist shortcuts. There is nothing like, I'll find a shorter way to get it done. No. Stick with the process. Stick with the process. Don't let what you see on social media fool you, that people have to succeed overnight. Don't let that fool you. Don't let that fool you. Even in the advent of technology, overnight success takes a minimum of 20 years. And 20 years does not mean you will not be making money. But when you say somebody has blow, somebody has arrived, somebody has hammer, just go and check the roots under. The reason for this is clear. If you succeed faster than your capacity can handle, you will break down under it very soon. It will show. Nothing is hidden. Nothing. But if your capacity precedes your breakthrough, that is a recipe for sustainable transgenerational success right there. In any endeavor, not just in any endeavor, every endeavor. So take action. In taking action, sometimes you will fail. Please embrace the failure like a man. Fail forward. You see this guy here? I have failed. I failed. I have cried sometimes. Not sometimes, many times. I have said, God, why didn't I succeed in this? And every time I was crying about what didn't work, God will always point my attention to what is working and say, look, I'm grateful that you took steps in some of the things that worked, some of the things that's not working. All together, understand that you are not a failure. You've only failed forward. So please take action irrespective of the fear of failure, of the fear of rejection, of the fear of being mocked at and laughed at and told you are too slow, you don't know what you're doing. Once you find the right wall, and finding the right wall has to do with understanding something is in your hand, sitting down to think through on which wall you want to begin to paint. Once you have found the right wall, take steps on that wall, walk on that wall so much so that whether someone calls you a failure or not, you understand that you're on the right wall. You're on the right wall. That's what matters. And this is where mentoring helps. This is where mentoring I can to details. By the time I stood up from speaking with my mentor, I was refreshed. 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 The final T there is that time will tell. So many years ago, I was a student of Delta State University. I was in Kanomesi Hall in campus 1. And I had just come back into the room. I was on the bottom bunk. I used to sleep on the top bunk in the room I was at the time. I just come into direct entry. And here I was. I had laid down there resting. I was reading a book by Napoleon Hill. Some of us would have heard of it already. It's titled Think and Grow Rich. So I was reading that book when one of the senior students, 400 level students, walked into the room, and then he saw me say, you're reading again. Which one be this book again now? Which was the title? So he took it. He saw the title and started mocking at me. He said, I beg, Shana book, they make person they rich. Of course, this is me in 200 level. Direct entry. I had nothing to say to him. I just told him one word that led to this last chapter. I said, don't worry, sir, time will tell. I don't have proof right now if it's a book that makes person rich. But however, I can tell you, if you didn't want to be rich, you will not be in school right now. Now, fast forward many years later, I'd relocated from Lagos to Warri. I had submitted 218 proposals, all right, in about 18 months. That's 1 year, 6 months. And anyway, in the 18th month, I got a call to come and do a training. I got another, that's this man's company, this guy's company. Long and short of the story is that I did a 3-day training for this organization. It's an oil servicing company. They still exist in this city of Warri. Amazing company. On the 3rd day, the chairman and MD of the company took me into his office. His wife, because on the first day, his wife and kids, who are board members, were absent. On the 2nd day, he forced them to come. On the 3rd day, they were around. So when I walked into that meeting with him, his wife was there. His senior son was there. This manager, who happened to be my friend, who was that guy that asked me, Shana book, they make person the rich, was also there. And then he asked me a question. He said, why have you charged this little amount of money for this amazing 3-day training? I said, how do you mean, sir? He said, in the company I used to be before I came here, people used to come from Lagos to run this training for multiple millions. Why are you charging this low? I now told him, I said, sir, it took a while to get this training. It's taken me 1 year, 6 months without a training gig since I left Lagos. So having to have this, even if I was not even getting paid, I am excited you've given me the privilege. He said, no. You deserve so much more than this. He took his checkbook and increased my fee by himself. And when I say increased my fee, so let me just be modest, he increased it by about 300 or 400%. So in actual sense, imagine that I was billing that period for them to just pay me 200,000. I earned my first 7 digits after 1 year, 6 months of keeping quiet in this city. Now, let me put it this way. I thanked him, and he said, from today henceforth, all those places that refuse to give you opportunity to train, I will open the doors for you. that began a journey in my training career, all right, that till this point, as I speak to you, I have never had to submit a training proposal again since 8 years ago. Maybe even 9 now. I've not had to submit again because it has been word of mouth referral. Word of mouth referral. Every organization opens another door. So having to even go and ask another organization to come, and I don't even have that time now. What am I saying? I'm saying time will tell. As I walked down from the MD's office down the staircase, the aisle to the staircase, I asked my friend, do you remember when in school you asked me if in a book they make person they rich? He said, yes. He said, don't even remind me because as I speak, you are holding in a check, all right? The kind of income I'm supposed to make for 5-6 months, you have made it in 3 days. My salary for 5 months, 9 days your hand now. That's what is in your hand now. He said that, he says to me now that, look, everything you said back then that you were going to do, it has happened. You said you will be on TV, you're on TV. You said you're going to do this, you're doing this. You said. Now, it's not as if everything has come to pass, but they heard me say it. And time is telling already. They are seeing it happen. Am I a multi-millionaire? I don't, that's not what I am. But am I excited I have the opportunity to make a difference in so many lives? Yes, I am. Time will tell. Don't let the love of money delay you and deter you from following what your heart needs you to follow, because time will tell. Some of my friends laughed, but time will tell. I came into the city, I'll be on a bike and I'll see friends driving their beautiful cars. I'll wave at them, they will wave at me. But time is speaking. All right? These same guys are the one bringing me to the organizations to speak. All right? Let me stop here. But what I'm just going to say is this. Start from where you are now with what you have now and go grow into who you want to be, grow into what you want to achieve. All right? See the world come at you. Something is in your hand. Think through what is in that hand and how you want to develop it. Arise, there's work to do. Don't dwell at the vision stage alone. Give expression to it. Resist shortcuts. Don't look for sharp means to make any money. Stay on course because time will tell. Thank you for your time. Mr. Jeffrey, God bless you. Thank you so much for having me.
Wow. Guys, I just want to believe that if it's just this session alone that you met, you have eaten well. You have eaten good food. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much for this very short and powerful session. And I did not tell us, people, Mr. Reuben had to go through a lot to show up right now. You're seeing him on screen, you're seeing him live. We just were talking back and he was telling me where he was, and I was like, yay. And Baba is still coming up live. Thank you very much for that session. It's always life-changing listening to you, sir. Thank you. I can see the
Jeffrey,
comments.
so
Please put
Jeffrey,
it
so
down.
let me interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
Let me interrupt you. I am proud of who you are becoming. And there are some people who, once they begin to grow and become big at what they're doing, they begin to forget the places where they fed from. That I am grateful that's not you. However, I just want to tell you that we're just starting. There's so much to do together. There's so much to do together. And God will continue to strengthen you. And for everyone, I'm seeing your comment. Thank you very, very much. Please, you can feel free to connect on social media anywhere else. Jeffrey, please feel free to communicate how they can reach me. But I'm sure that there's so much to do as the days go by. So thank you for having me again. God bless you. Proud of you, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And so, guys, I'm going to share with us in our community. If you're not on WhatsApp, if you are, please join. Check your mail and join us on WhatsApp already. I'm also going to send you an email. So on YouTube, you can check Rumer Daniels so that you get that video that was talked about, so you can be a part of it. Go watch it. It's going to be a life-changing experience. I'll also share it with us. And if you need this contact, maybe you want to reach out to Mr. Rumer, I'll share it with us too. I'll just do that on the WhatsApp community. I also take permission from our previous speakers, so that if they permit that I share their information, I will not hesitate to do that. I really will not hesitate to do that. Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you everybody for attending. We had people attending from different places. Majority of us from Warri, some persons from Lagos, some persons from Imo, different places. I begin to forget now. I'll go back and check. Thank you for joining. I can see my friends. I can see Madonna. I can see some of these. I can see now. Saturday, well done. Tabitha, Divine, Ogaga, everybody. I cannot just mention all our names. I want to thank everybody that has made this a reality. Thanks to my teammates, those people who will be on a call 247 every day, to King Lion the poet. We used to call him Simba. Though you see these persons, right? You see them. Lion the poet, Mr. David Thomas, Great Orude. Thank you all so much. Melissa, Stephanie, Rachel, Mr. Mike. Who have I not mentioned in this group? Priye. Who have I not mentioned? Everybody, our amazing volunteers and friends. Thank you. Sometimes I will just be thinking, a friend will just call. Sometimes my neighbor will just call me and say, "Guy, have fun now. We should do it like this." Somebody will just, Jeffrey, all of you are just so amazing. Katie will come and say, Jeffrey, what are we doing? What's the new way now? All of the way is the way. I'm very grateful. I'm very excited that we've had this. And what is most important for me, please guys, this is important to listen. What is most important for me is that as you are leaving here, you're going back to implement. Thank God for what Mr. Rumer has shared with us. Start. There are so many things you will learn from attempting than from conceptualizing. There are so many things you will learn from executing than just ideating. No matter how beautiful it is, get to do something. Think outside the box. Be different. Do differently. Let the world celebrate your madness. Thank you so much. I think this is the point I should play my song for you people. All right, so we've come to the end of this session. Other things I'm going to share with us later. If you have, there's some things we will do. I'm going to share them on the WhatsApp comments so that we don't stretch this video. These are live streaming for more than we are supposed to. Thank you once again. I love you and God bless you. All right, let me see you signing out now. If you have any comments, just sign out and let's chill. Also, importantly, guys, for the Changemakers Award, I believe you can still hear me. The Changemakers Award, we've sent a mail. We've been communicating with every of the nominees, and we want to specially celebrate them in our next edition. We're going to be having a live edition, right? It's not going to be for so many persons this particular edition. It's going to be in December. It's going to be for a few persons. It's going to be an exclusive event like we usually have every December. We're going to celebrate the Changemakers in Warri. So we're also going to keep putting that out, right? We have more nominations. We really want to celebrate. We've had amazing submissions so far, amazing people doing amazing stuff in the city, and we want to keep recognizing them. Thank you, and God bless you. Go online, go share the wonders that has happened here. Thank you, Divine. I can see you. Great. Are you still with me? Let's be seeing everybody.
Thank you.